Hey! What's up, y'all? Happy first stream of the year! Oh my goodness. Ain't that fun. I feel like I should automatically... Okay. Go over here.
Hey, Bay Area.
No, I don't want advertisements, thanks. Let me just go to YouTube and see if I can... Yup. Nope. Yup. There we go. It's so loud. So loud for anyone else? A little loud. Okay. Howdy, howdy. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to it. Alright. I know, they really did. Alright, let me scroll up top. Plume, Mike, Amy. Hello, Vexio Gaming. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Nifron. How are you doing, Derby? Hello, GD. I hope work is going well. Hi, Joseph. Hello, Shichi. Hello, Mig. How's everyone? It's still, like, technically winter. There's no Christmas. Okay. There's a holiday tree. It's fine. I cover it anyways. I like this cozy atmosphere, so we're gonna keep it until it's, like, kind of springtime. Hi. Nice to see you, too. More mental health chilling. My favorite. So good. Gotta love it. Oh yeah, Happy New Year to you too. Hopefully you had a good celebration. How was everyone's New Year's celebration? I spent it with my family. It was great. The kids had... We just drank... What do you guys drink on New Year's? Because Martinelli's is always like the holiday go-to drink in my household, so... That's like how it's always been growing up, so that's all we had. We didn't do anything crazy. Hello, Esto! Hello! Zedia, a lot? A lot what? You have more tamales? Do you have any spares? Spare tamales? How are you doing, Esto? You played game on New Year? What game? Hi, Infernal! Hello, Magazino. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, y'all! How do we feel about this year? Oh, Infernal, thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. I appreciate you.
44 dab.
Thank you. 2 left. Get over here. Oh, shit. Only 2? Nothing this year for drinks. I just drink Martinelli's. I didn't drink any alcohol. I don't normally consume alcohol anyways. Like, especially these days. Doing okay, just chilling? That's good. This is a cozy stream. You see the snow outside and the fire? 2022? Help me mentally? Got you. You drank a lot, you regret? This year, less drinking. Relaxing, not the big party, it's not the move. The schmoove is not for big parties, you know? Here you go, this is a tamale. It looks like a burger. Which I won't deny, I do love burgers. But this year, no drinking. Looks cozy there, I know. Whoever's house this is, I want it. If I'll... 25 degrees? Ever? Ever, ever? Hi, Victor. I am not super big on drinking a lot because I had too much experience taking care of people being blackout drunk. Never drinking again until the next time. Only drink with people responsibly. Yeah, big parties, not the move. Cozy kickbacks, that's the move. I don't know. What's your guys' like ideal? What do you guys like to do when you party? Oh my god. Party mama? I'm like, have you had enough to drink? Dude, I'm the one that takes fucking care of this room. I'm the one that calls the Uber and makes sure everyone gets in and that people don't puke in the Uber and that everyone stays together. Yeah. Yeah, what do you guys, well, what's your guys, when you guys like party, what does like a party mean to you guys? Your year's off to one hell of a start? Oh boy. The new photos from my photo shoot? Wait, what do you mean? That's what you call party mama? Dude, that's me. Dude, group momming hikey is exhausting! You're like the big duck and everyone's the little ducklings. Just fucking, especially if people are drunk, they're just getting themselves into fucking trouble. LAN parties? I am the caretaker. You're the one that sit on your own for most of the party? Party is you by yourself, some popcorn, and a movie. You know, because like some people are like, when you party, it's like you go to like someone's house, And you do a lot of drinking, and you play drinking games, and I don't know what the fuck else to do. Or for some people, it's like you get together with friends with like drinks and board games, and like that's it. Or like, is there music? Is there, you know, like, do you go dance? Do you, I don't know, can people like hang out in the garage? Do you guys like hookah? I don't know if like weed is legal in your state. Do you guys get high? What do you do? I'm curious. You play board games? Maybe with drinks while making sure everyone drinks their water. When you do drink, which is rare nowadays, it's only until we feel a bit tipsy, nothing beyond that. I feel like as I've gotten older, it's just like, I'll just sip on like a drink. But I'm also really slow at like eating or anything like that. So it's just like, by the time I'm like done with my one drink, I'm like, okay, I'm full. and then I never get to another drink. So then I never get drunk. Shots are like the only way that I can get drunk because it's like my stomach real estate is just reserved for food. Whenever you party with friends. Hi Zan, thank you for the host. Alcohol, video games, karaoke. Oh my god. So I've been spending a lot more time because like one of the things that I want to do, especially moving forward in this year, is just spend more time with my family. Because I'm always just aware of the crushing passage of time and that you never know when you're last gonna see your family. And I hadn't really had a lot of time to spend with my family the past like 4 years-ish. The past year I've been spending more time with my family. But anyways, I was with my family a lot over the holidays, which is drastically different from all the years before that, which is great. But man, I forgot how much my dad especially loves to do karaoke. It's nuts. I'm not big on doing karaoke at home. I used to go out and do karaoke with friends. And that was the move. But I feel you on karaoke. You can hold a lot of alcohol so you party and also be party dad. I don't drink a lot like anyway, so it's like I'll have like a drink. But the worst, oh my gosh, I always refer to like my worst like drinking experience was when I was at Anime Expo. Which is already a really terrible place to drink because it's LA in the beginning of July. So it's like the middle of summer. Super hot. And like, you know, when you cosplay, you're already sweating. So you're already dehydrated. The worst is when you're really fucking drunk. And you have to take care of everyone else who's really, really drunk. Partying changes in definition depending on the group, but your ideal is some games, some light drinking, and lots of good food and snacks. I agree. That's always the best. Don't worry, Steph, you can drink as much as you want. You'll take care of everyone. Are you designated caretaker now because you don't drink? Oh man. Beer pong's a red flag for you now? Dude, I played beer pong once in my life many years ago. And I don't even like beer, but the idea of beer pong is gross as fuck. Because you drink the cups? I don't even remember. But it's just like, it's just not, it's gross. There's too much germs involved. Hi Amy, how's it going tonight? Right, figured we'd warm up talking about something, I don't know, see where it goes. Tried alcohol once, couldn't stand the taste of it? What did you have? That's true, King's Cup. Yo, King's Cup is nasty. I've played that like 2 or 3 times. I've never had to drink the cup, but it all depends on what everyone's drinking. If you're all drinking kind of the same thing, it's like not too bad. But you know, if one person is drinking beer, one person's drinking wine, and someone's drinking hard alcohol, that's just not fun. Hi, Zan. You like hang out with your friends in Discord and party? What do you guys do when you party? Is it like Jackbox games? You do drinking games? You watch a movie? You like playing the party games, dancing to K-pop with the homies, and chilling and playing hot seat? Spicy topics and discussions? I feel like the best, I don't know, my favorite thing when hanging out with people is just like talking and hanging out, you know? It sounds rough. Yeah, it was a rough time. Never been to LA or even Cali. Bro, it gets hot out here. You can't party with like complete strangers. I've been to parties where there's like complete strangers there because that's how I would meet like new people. It's just like you go with like a couple of friends and you go make more friends. Sure, you had extra time for getting up early and staying out late. That's how I would feel at Anime Expo. Oh my god, it was so bad. There's the first and only time I had a hangover. Can't do it. Beer pong's stressful. Bro, I'm not coordinated enough to play it even without alcohol, you know? You love beer pong? I think it's really funny because like at arcades, there's like beer pong games you can play, and I've seen kids be really good at it, and it's just like weird because it's like the idea of beer pong is like, it's supposed to be a game for people who drink, and then I'm watching like, you know, 7-year-olds play it, and they're like hella good at it. It's like, this is kind of weird. But it's just an arcade game, so it's fine. Anyone with a sense of hygiene plays water pong with beers in hands. I agree. Con drinking is just awkward based on the mentalities of others at the event and the agendas people come with, and then just feeling like poo during the convention seems silly and tiring. Yeah. I mean, you know, people can do whatever they like, but partying at cons is... I'm not planning on going to any conventions anyways. Cons are not. For now, my current life trajectory is I'm not planning on going anywhere this year. Definitely reminiscent college, but like we would have these conferences with the ethnic clubs from different universities, and there's usually an after party. Okay, so tell me why meeting new people when you get older is so hard. Well, I think it's just because like a lot of the time, like as people grow up, like no one has the time anymore, and like everyone gets tired early, and like as you get older, a lot of your energy gets dedicated to like taking care of yourself and like working. And that doesn't leave a lot of room, at least in my opinion. Also, I don't know. For me, at this point in my life, I don't have that much interest in going out of my way meeting new people, at least like physically. I love, like here on stream is nice, and I love meeting new people here, but it's like, you know, like I don't go, I don't know. It's hard to say too because of like COVID. It's like, you shouldn't be going out technically meeting like new people anyways because we should be quarantining, etc. But it's just like people always say like hobbies and stuff is like the best way to like meet people when you're older, but it's like I think a lot of it is just because like when you're younger you're forced to be with people that are your own age, you know, because of like school. And then when you're out of school, there's nothing, unless you have a hobby, there's no way for you to meet new people. Like, you have people at your job, but then there's, like, always the, like, work-life, like, separation. Because you don't want to bring your work home with you. So it's hard to be, like, friends with coworkers in that sense, because it's, like, you'll always have that, like, connection. But, of course, I mean, like, it depends. Where I used to work, when I worked in retail, there's, like, a lot of the people that I trained became really close friends with each other, and like still even to this day, because like we're all mutuals on my private Instagram. They all still hang out with each other, which makes me happy. But for the most part, people don't usually like meet their bestest friend working somewhere. So outside of those, it's like, where do you meet people, you know? So there's that. Hangover flashbacks? I'm so sorry. Better way to loosen up and meet people you couldn't meet during the conference? Yeah, after parties and stuff like that? Yeah, when people are just kind of like drinking and hanging out. But it's hard like approaching people, you know? Only way you've played it? That's good. You don't know if you'll trust going to parties anymore? I feel like I wouldn't really. I can't, I mean, like, the idea of, like, parties to me is, like, I can't even think about, most of my friends are, like, on the internet, spread out across the world. My bestest friend lives a few towns over, but, I mean, and I'll, like, hang out with her and, like, her friends occasionally if they do some things, but it's, like, you know, I'm not gonna go to parties to the scale that I had in the past, I think. I think people have time to meet new people when they get older. They just choose not to, or afraid to, or don't know how. I feel like it depends. I mean, everyone has the same amount of time because there's only 24 hours in a day, but it depends on your own priorities, too. And hello, Kyle! Your resolution 2020 was get out and make new friends, so that went well? Hey, I mean, well, the thing is, too, is that, like, things change, but we do have the internet. We've all met each other, so there's that. Making friends is just a difficult thing. Retail friendships are like war buddies? Dude, for real. Oh, hi, Argentum! Why are you through Amy's account? Everyone's just like hopping on each other's account. Hi, Mike. Happy New Year. I hope you had a lovely and safe celebration. Kickbacks over parties? That's how I feel. It's nice chatting, hang out while drunk. Sometimes more fun than forcing games. Yeah. I feel like, I mean, like, ultimately, like, friendships are, like, that's, like, what most people want, I think, just because, like, people just want, like, connection. That's my, like, my big thing is that, like, everyone just wants to feel connected, so, it's just kind of, like, hard to do. I think everyone's just kind of, like, a little scared of maybe not scared, but it's just like, you know, what's the best way to make friends? How do you make friends? My makeup looks really pretty. Thanks, Amy. Hello, Ryan. I hope you feel better soon. Hi, Tyron. Is Purse down for making new friends? Purse is very shy at first. Like, as long as you don't, like, she's, like, a very, like, if new people or people she's not familiar with come to the house, you can't go out of your way to, like, try to get her attention, because she'll be like, no. Because she's very, like, she sets her own groundwork, where it's like, if you try to, like, you know, forcibly pet her, etc., she's not gonna stand. She's gonna be like, no, go away. And, like, remove herself from the situation. But if you just, like, chill, she'll come out and she'll kind of, like, check you out. And then, like, if you're lucky, if you, like, hang out enough and she feels cool enough with you, she'll let you, like, pat her head and hang out and stuff. But it can take a bit. So it, like, took a while for her to warm up to, like, other people in the house. You know, cats are all very, like, it depends on how you approach them. But yeah. You're on your laptop and Amy was signed in. Lassen's is going to sign out because she'll be using it after you leave for work. Oh, okay. No worries. Hello, Doom Trooper. It is how we practice our daily routine. What you practice your daily routine? If you observe the people who just focus on negative news, attitude, conversations that become what they do without realizing, you try to meet people online. Have met some of the most lovely people IRL. What do you mean, Doom Trooper? Took your booster yesterday? Yo, Mike, I had my booster like almost a week ago. It was last Thursday. And like, I was doing mostly okay. Then like, when I hit kind of like the 12-hour mark, bro, I had like a really crazy fever. Broke the fever, then woke up feeling mostly fine. But I feel like, aside from the fever, my arm, am I still bruised? Yeah, you can still see, like, I'm a little bruised here, but I had like a bruise on my arm, and it's the worst because like, I tend to sleep on my side. I feel really comfy on my side. I've been like sleeping on my left side and like on my stomach most of the time. But that shit sucked. I couldn't like lay down because I was like, ow, my arm hurts. But yeah. Diona is not too good at making new friends. Purse is very friendly. I personally have never heard her like hiss. She's never like swipe scratched at people, and she's never hard bitten. Like sometimes like if you're like play fighting and stuff, like she'll do it like for fun, and like if like if she's bothered, she'll put her teeth on you, but she doesn't like bite you. It's more of like a warning. And I love her for it. I feel like she's very well natured. So the thing is that I feel like a lot of the time, like if I just treat her with like respect and I understand and give her, like if she's doing these things, then I know that that's her way of communicating with me, that she wants space, and it's like if I give her the space, like then we're chill. I feel like that's, if you just understand that that's how cats communicate, I feel like there's like no problem. You can't just like force what you want to do on like cats, it's like they communicate in other ways. So yeah. Or do they call it a restaurant friend for my life in here? In this age of the pandemic, not sure if this resonates with others, but it's truly shown who is there for you when we've been separated. I feel like it depends. I have a lot of conflicting feelings about statements like that when it's like, oh, you'll know who your true friends are during the pandemic, because everyone deals with things differently and everyone has a lot of different things going on in their lives. That's kind of how I see it. I'm sorry, it'll fill your chat box with that long ass name. I'm not sorry though. Oh my god, it's totally fine. In the same way, you're kind of distant from new people and making it seem like you're intimidating but an easygoing person. I mean, I feel like if people don't know each other, I don't know. It depends though, like on people's like attitudes of like meeting new people. If people automatically have like preconceptions about people that they don't know too, and that's something that's out of your control. Even if it was safe to meet people, Cali is such a hellscape. You're considering moving to Washington. Lots of other people. When I had gone to Washington like 5 years ago, there was a lot of people that moved there from California. A lot of people leave California to go to other cheaper states. I hear a lot of time Washington, Oregon, Texas. But yeah. You have the same issue? With what? Oh, with the booster? Glad you're a back sleeper. Back sleeping is like the best you could be, but I can't do that. I get really uncomfortable. I feel like sleeping on your side messes up your back and neck. Hi, Paper! I think it's like best for you to sleep on your back, but I'm really comfortable in other positions. You had a friend come quickly today, like stopped by, and Diona threw a temper tantrum and scratched your left foot? What? It's only with that friend? Like she's territorial? That's strange. Huh. You're almost after the shot made her annoying to try to sleep? Oh yeah. Hell's yeah, man, Washington? Yeah. You always sleep on your sides? Oh yeah. Do you think it's okay to sleep on your side if you put a pillow between your legs? And you have supportive enough bed? I feel like... Yeah, it kind of... I think technically, it's best to sleep with the pillow between your legs, because otherwise sleeping on your side messes up your hips. I think is what it is. So, correct. Sergeant Dixon Butts, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime for 10 months. I appreciate it. Californians are moving out of state often because it's so expensive here. I saw on the front page of Reddit from this board called, I think it was called Cringetopia, which I thought was really funny. It was like some dude's shitty ass Tinder profile. And like, he was like trying to brag on his profile, but one of the things that stuck out to me that people were clowning on him for in the comments was that this dude was bragging about making $75K a year. Because people were like, laughs in California, and I was like, bro, $75K a year doesn't, like, that's respectable, but that ain't shit in California. That's like, it was just like pain. Ugh. But the thing is that, like, what was interesting was hearing about how a lot of other places were like, yeah, like, that's, okay, but that's, like, nothing that you should be, like, bragging about. But people were saying, like, in the Midwest area of, like, Illinois, kind of, they're like, yeah, in that area, like, you could probably live pretty comfortably. But, like, most other places, it seemed like people were like, well, I don't know why this dude's bragging about it, because it's not like it's an exorbitant amount of money. Lately, you've only been able to sleep on your stomach? Yeah, I feel like I'm trending more towards sleeping on my tummy. Grabbed her quickly and scolded her and had to be rough with her to make her understand that it's not right. What I used to do to train Purse when she would get a little rough was that I would yell no at her very loudly and then I would ignore her. You've been sleeping on your side, bro, your whole ass life? I mean, me too. SF is expensive for apartments. That's why people don't move into San Francisco itself. They usually move somewhere around San Francisco and then they commute in. Hello, Nike! The hip thing is true, also crushing your shoulder. I know, my shoulders. You wish I had 75K a year? Yo, I wish I also had 70K. I'm just like, anyway, dude, the whole work thing is like, I follow anti-work on Reddit too, so it's just, I don't got a boss, I'm my own boss, but geez, it's rough out there. She had a room with someone in California for $625 a month. Here's where you are now, $500 for your own room, bigger than you've ever been in before. You said you moved to the East Coast, right? I think generally the West Coast is just more expensive. Sad truth, hey. 75K in California is okay if you can find the right place. Yeah, and you know where the right place is? It's probably gonna be fucking like Bakersfield or Fresno. And I've already lived in Fresno. Fuck that. No way! Does it sound sustainable in the Bay? Yeah. Maybe like more, I think the Bay Area is more expensive than SoCal though, something too. Because I contemplated living in SoCal and it seemed like there's a little bit cheaper options. Like some people, but how much you make in general is a huge red flag. Oh, I mean, like, it totally is. Yeah, I feel like if you tie your self-worth to how much you make, to make it a point to make yourself seem more attractive to other people is like, there's a lot of misguided, like, priorities there, in my opinion. I don't know. But I'm very much like, the type of person you are is more important to me than like your material possessions. Because material possessions come and go. It's much more harder. It's more difficult to change the basis and foundation of who you are as a person versus, you know, material gain, etc. The merchant soundbite? You're gonna be the merchant son in LA? No way, Mike! Can you send me a picture? My alerts are pretty much, they're merchants. They're the Resident Evil 4 merchant and Beetle from Legend of Zelda. Hello, Mr. Rose School 420 star. I'm like falling behind. 100K a year at least? Yeah, it sucks. You couldn't even find an apartment in the Bay Area? It's hard to live here alone. You gotta live with so many other people. You see that before you sold the K Shad since she was bigger and running out of space? Question for the Bay Area peeps, do you all say hello a lot? I do. 50K a year in LA for a few years, but you had to have housemates? Yeah. Oh, Rhode Island? Something you never expected to do? Fresno? Maybe Vallejo? Maybe. 75K a year, just buy and live in a blimp? It has an error in the name, right? You say hella a lot, damn near everyone does now. I feel like, I mean, hella used to be like a strictly Californian thing, but you know, the advent of technology, etc., etc. I feel like, there's like origins, but I feel like hella people say hella things that everyone else does just because we pass it on to other people. And hello, BBH! New Year's good. I like the new year. I feel like time is a concept, but I still got positive new energy flowing through me, so. You lived in Fresno too? No, thank you! Yeah. You have a cousin in Fresno who only does smoke weed and shoot guns? Ugh. Blimps are 10 times more expensive. Did you look up the price paper? How much is it? Oh my god. ALA is gonna be a COVID shit show. Isn't Impulse happening this week? I'm not going to any cons probably anytime soon. Who the hell says hella? You're funny, dude. 44,000 positive COVID tests? Ooh. You found a garage for rent but doesn't have a shower? Because you know what people do? People go to the gym for showers. Did I ever tell you guys? Oh, I have a nightmare story. One of the worst things that I ever witnessed. I'm trying to be vague as possible. So I lived with two people. One of them I dated. And the guy that I dated used to be best friends with the other roommate. And grew to hate them so much that they locked them out of the house. Well, not locked them out of the house, but locked them out of the only working shower in the house. Even though I said that that would be a bad thing to do. Of course, it didn't matter what I said. Clearly, because, you know, they wanted to do this to this person. Laughed at them for it and was like, you know, and like when the person confronted them about it, they're like, well, you can go to the gym and shower. And so they had to do that for almost a week. It's nuts! Don't ever be in that situation. Where you live deserves to have a shower. You have a right to shower and cleanliness. That's crazy that people will rent out garages and no shower. So stupid. That's so crazy that people will just rent out the garage. That's nuts. Alright, where am I in the chat? Hello, Raccoon City Survivor 07. Happy New Year. Let me see. 2 mil? 2 mil for a cheap blimp? Oh my lord. Told me it was hella and also dank? Oh my god. How do you recover from a ruined reputation? Well, what do you mean, Raccoon City Survivor? Dank is your favorite? What's a gym? What? Who are you, Raccoon City Survivor? By the way, my brother tested positive for COVID-19. I am right next to him and I tested negative. So then why are you next to him? For $600K a year, you can live in a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 2,500 square foot house in Chicago. God damn. That's nuts. Your gym is your basement right now? I wish that I had a gym basement. That's nice. What's a basement? Right? Man. Nuts. Illinois has pretty nice housing prices, but your parents always complain about the property tax being high. Dude, housing is just such a... Why is it so hard just to live? It's nuts. I always wonder what housing is like in, like, other countries. Well, you got a coworker that recorded you saying stupid stuff that can get you in trouble, and he distributed that recording and is also defaming you all over your state and the next state over? What? Why? For funsies? Trying to convince your friends to move to the Bay Area? Oh my. We're building a lot of housing here, like all over the place, but it's crazy here. We started Kickstarter for Zeppelin real estate? I mean, we could try. Should we make like a Zeppelin city? I feel like the cost of that would be nuts. Not nearly enough housing. The market out here is fucking bonkers. Yeah, it is. It's nuts. Do you guys know about the, what's it called? I was talking a little bit about it with my best friend while we were like driving around because we made like a wrong turn when we were coming back from, hiking. Hi, Sarah! Thank you so much for subscribing for 1.5 years. I love you. I appreciate you. But we were driving around, rolling around all these houses, and I was like, God damn, these houses are so nice. And then I was like, did you know about like that like Zillow scam thing that's like going on? Because apparently Zillow will like buy your house for like really cheap and then just mark it up. And they'll do that to an entire area because housing prices are determined by like the neighborhood price, and they do that and they just fuck over people for housing, and basically everyone's greedy and it's making it really hard for everyone. Fucking sucks. Team Avalanche living in an airship. Doesn't it sound nice? That's why we had that joke about the Avalanche Ranch in our Discord. Because everyone will just have like different jobs. Yeah, Sky City. Almost got a job in the Bay. You think if you didn't get the one you have now, you don't know if you'd like it, never been, but definitely ask for more money. They always prefer this town than anywhere else. People will always prefer what is comfortable for them. This is the hard thing. That's why change is so difficult. How was my New Year's? How's the fam? What do we eat? My New Year's was good. We just kind of like relaxed and hung out. I talked a little bit about it on my Twitter, but we just hung out. I talked to my dad about video games, which is really exciting because I haven't had an opportunity to like sit and talk with my dad about video games for like a really long time. Because it's like, when I started Dark Souls, he didn't remember a lot of the game, so it's just like, I'd be like explaining things to him and he'd be like, I mean, it sounds fun, but like, it's been so long since I played. And I'm like, oh, I mean, like, I understand. But Bloodborne, he played recently, so we were able to talk about that. So that was exciting. Man, we had Jollibee, so there was Chicken Joy and spaghetti, and they had crab and barbecue pork and rice and fruit salad. From what I remember, is like all the stuff that they had. What do you guys normally eat for New Year's? Oh yeah, and then my stepmom also roasted some ham. She like pan fried some ham. And we had those Hawaiian bread rolls, and there was ham sandwiches. Enough housing is just being held hostage by the price, right? Zillow was losing money because their ML model was trash. What's that? Did my dad play Bloodborne after all? Yeah. When I started playing, he I think like Demon Souls and everything. So like 2 years ago, he was like starting up Bloodborne, I think. I'd gotten him that game like when it came out, but he just hadn't touched it until now because he also hadn't time. So, but he had been playing. Yeah, because when I gave him Demon Souls, he kept trying to do stuff that you could do in Bloodborne, and it kept like screwing him over. Which sucked. But yeah, he's been playing it, and he takes a long time playing it just because he's so busy. He's been working a lot. But yeah. My dad is actually super duper excited for Elden Ring. I don't think he's finished Bloodborne yet, but I know that he does really want Elden Ring. He likes the like a medieval style, like kind of games-ish. Like he really liked Diablo 2 growing up. When we were talking about video games, he was talking about King's Quest and how he like loved that type of game. He was telling me about like this old space game. I think that was like mostly text-based, where it's like it reminded me of like Civilization, but in space, where you would build up your fleet and you go mine at like planets and get materials, and you could make alliances or be attacked by other like space colonies, I guess. And I'm just excited about that. I didn't share? Oh my god, it's my dad's food. You love that I can talk about video games with my dad? My dad was what got me into video games. So, but it's, you know, we've been so busy, so much over the past, you know, so many years, because we used to play games a lot together growing up and stuff. Like, whenever I play Halo, I talk about how Halo was, like, I always think of that as, like, my number one, like, bonding name with my dad growing up, because we would play on Legendary together. It was always really fun. Halo was my first person shooter, so. And one reporter eats dumplings, and some Karen called to say that's too Asian. What? Did they tell that Karen to go eat a hamburger? Like, what? Prime rib for New Year's? Oh. Which airship? Highwind or something like the Ragnarok? What do you mean the Ragnarok? You love Jollibee Yummers? Dude, their, like, peach mango pie is the fucking best. Pizza burgers, all other kinds of snacks, desserts. One of these years I want, like, a charcuterie board. Floaty McFloaty face? You've put off trying Jollibee for so long you're afraid to try it out? Wait, why? They're okay. I don't think Jollibee's, like, that great. The spaghetti's, like, okay, but I prefer homemade Filipino spaghetti. Playing Bloodborne currently, but the 30 FPS cap on PS5? Yeah, it is what it is. Just got Jollibee around in your area, near your area. Dude, the dessert's so good. PS5 version's capped at 30 FPS. Yeah, there's no 60. The 60 FPS is like a fan patch thing that they do, but yeah. Gotta put gravy on everything? Hell yeah. These news anchors were talking about what they eat, and a Korean reporter said she eats dumplings. The studio got a voicemail from the Karen saying she needs to tone down her Asianness. That's so goofy. Some people are just so dumb. I hope that they weren't, like, offended. I feel like that's just, like, so... How are people so... I don't know. I can't wrap my head around these things. Do people hear, like, what they say? Do they realize how dumb they sound? Like, this is weird. St. Louis? Huh. For New Year's, you had a Philly cheesesteak, shredded carrots, 1,200 calories worth of yums. Fuck yeah. The only thing you want is that thick chicken burger I posted. God, the chicken burger! Yes, it was so good! I ate it like throughout the day. Oh my gosh. Super yummy. I'd love to do that. Poland is dumplings? Dude, I don't know. This is just a dumb comment. Imagine being such an intolerant shit that you feel the need to call and criticize a news anchor, right? I don't know. It's just, I don't know. The team actions define, like, other people, not you, you know? And it's just, when you say shit like that, it's just like, I don't know what you got going on, but, I think you need to touch grass a little bit more. Explore the world a little more. I don't even know what I'd say to them if someone said that. Like, there's just so much stupidity in there. The chicken burger looks so good. Get them, hot boys. So yummy. Because it's just like, tone down her Asianness. What does that even mean? Asianness? Does eating dumplings make you more Asian? So if you eat, like, tacos, is that, like, if you eat burgers, if you eat pizza, what does food have to do with anything on your bearing as a person? If it's something that you just, like, enjoy. It's so harmless. It has nothing to do with this lady. Like, there's just so many, like, things that it's just, like, I can't even, like, my brain is just, like, how is she, what is going on in this woman's life that, like, she had to take, like, stuff like that just blows my, how can you be so bothered by someone else's life that you don't even know, that you have to set aside time in your own life to do this? Like, that's what like, and this is, like, the attitude that I take forward. Like, if people take their time to, like, because you get to decide what you do with your own time, you know, on social media, etc. And, like, you know, with social media, you can orbit other people, you can, like, stalk other people's posts and stuff like that, but that's your time that you're choosing to give away to do these things. So if people, you know, people who don't know you, who just, like, come up to you and just, like, say random shit, is just, like, I don't know. I've gotten to a point in my life where it's just, like, if people do stuff, like, it's just sad. Like, you have nothing better to do but to expend your energy on people. Like, in 5 years, who the fuck is this stranger? It's nothing. It's no one. Your energy's just going off into the void. It's just sad. Sad. Take a break from DO2, Shichi? Who said that? Some random lady to some news anchor from MO? Is that Missouri? St. Louis? Skin pigment turned 4 shades browner when he went to Molly. Stop, Derpy. Dumplings so good. Exactly, expressive food culture. Her 4th glass of wine at 9 a.m. before, like, because it's stuff like this where it's like, like, we don't know this lady's life. We don't know what's going on, but there's no way that she doesn't hate her life if she's looking to spend it on other people's lives like that. You hate that people be tripping for the littlest things? It's just like, how do you have so much life? This is nuts. Oh, what woman we're talking about? It's just like, oh, Tyler was sharing that, like, some lady on, like, what was it? Here, let me scroll up. These news anchors were talking about what they eat, and a Korean reporter said that she eats dumplings. Then the studio got a voicemail from some lady, Tyler referred to her as a Karen, saying that she needs to tone down her Asianness. This was something that was on Twitter yesterday, apparently. And I'm just like, it's just so stupid. It's wild when people say stuff like that with a straight face. Dude, I just, like, can't wrap my head around it. I'm just like, okay. And? I'm gonna eat my fucking dumplings. They're delicious. She's fired, right? No, well, I mean, like, we don't know who this Karen is. Like, it's just, like, some random person that felt so bothered that this Korean woman said that she likes to eat dumplings, that she had to call in and, I don't know, try to gatekeeper. It's just so dumb. Hi, Ezzy, welcome in. Ay, ay, ay. You could spend your hate? Yes. Yes. With lumpia. Suddenly craving lumpia. I need lumpia. So good. I think people are really embracing their fear and uncertainty about the future or changes they see and externalizing it in really nasty ways. Oh yeah. I would agree with that. Dude, if someone told me that, like I said, it's just like, I don't even know what I'd do in that situation. Like, because it's, yeah, this is, exactly, Ezzy, this is some Twitter BS. I do agree with Derby because it's like, I feel extra enlightened with, like, a lot of the reading that I've been doing, because it's like, if you just, like, think about, like, why people do things, just, like, how must you feel about your own life to say these things about, like, you know, like, it's just, like, a lot of the time, I try to, like, step back when people do things, and just try to think about, like, their motivations, because it's, like, I feel like a lot of the time, like, things can be traced back to, like, simple, like, reasons that just kind of present themselves in complicated ways. And, like, a lot of the time, I feel like anger just comes out in really misplaced ways. I think a lot of the time when people are angry, it's because of, like, some rooted thing that just hasn't been dealt with most of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. And hello, Shiloh. Dude, I haven't watched TV in years. Just hand them a talking or shut them up and watch them enjoy it? Yeah. We fight hatred with friendship, not anger? Yeah. It's just like, it's just really hard for people to just, I feel like so many people are just, like, so unhappy and just, like I understand, like, experiencing, like, fear, feeling fear, being upset and unsure about things. And I feel like, I don't know, a lot of the time people are motivated through those things and, like, lash out towards other people, even if it's, like, not constructive. But it's, handling your emotions is a very important, like, process that not a lot of people have. You like to fight hatred with leave my space? Yeah. A lot of the time, it's very, it's difficult. I feel like it can be, like, hard because it's like, I have a very, like, helper mentality. So a lot of the time it's like, is there any way that I could try to, like, educate, like, help? Like, a lot of the time it's like, okay, if someone's coming at me, like, upset, I'm like, all right, like, what are we trying to resolve in this situation? Like, what is upsetting you? What do you want? A lot of the time, too, because it's like, sometimes when people are mad, they're just trying to, like, make other people, like, upset. They're, like, lashing out at other people to try to make themselves feel better. So a lot of the time, it's like, if people just, like, are saying shit, and I don't know if it's just because of, like, my history of, like, being in an abusive relationship where shit was just said to me to make me feel bad, where it's just, like, now it's, like, water off my back, or whatever the saying is, where I'm just kind of like, okay, whatever, like, that's just shit that you're just saying just because you don't have your emotions under control. What's the real root of, like, why are you saying these things? Like, what do you actually want? Like, stop, like, disparaging the situation, complaining, etc. Like, what is the goal? Hard tax, like, what are we trying to get out of this situation, you know? People actually starting up with Elden Ring isn't worth $60 due to how it looks in next-gen games. People will say that all the time. You're very combative with shit like that. That's the right approach if you can't reach the person, but sometimes people just need a reality check. You'll talk shit. And a mom made dumplings you just ate? Sorry, Paper. Not everyone have the energy to give that reality check all the time. Protect your energy when needed. There's always, I definitely, like, agree with that. Like, there's definitely a balance. And it's hard because it's, like, it's also, like... Oh, hi, Chris. She's rubbing her face against me, but... Yeah, sometimes there's people that just have no... Like, they just want to piss other people off. But it's just, like... I mean, like, if it's the internet, yeah, it's difficult, but it's, like, it's when you're talking with people that you care about, etc., like, with friends, I think it's important to try to see eye to eye whenever possible. But it's hard because it's, like, it's important to recognize also that, like, no matter how close you are with somebody, like, you don't owe them anything. They don't owe you anything, too, ultimately. You are individual people. And you can't hold other people responsible for your own self-betterment. Hi, Argo! Plug for nonviolent communication. Yeah, I really want to read that. People don't know how to express how they actually feel or what they really want. I agree. And I feel like that's a lot of the issue, too. Oh, thank you for subscribing for 17 months, Argo. I appreciate it. Okay, Purse. But it's hard because it's like, communicating is something that I feel that should be your responsibility. Like, that is, self-improvement is something that I think everyone should be working on, and everyone should always do their best to try to understand themselves as best they can, to communicate what your needs are as inoffensively as possible, you know, if you need things. Because it's like, I don't know, I feel like so many, like, feelings about this. Hello, Kiat. You find it difficult to diffuse angry people? It depends. Yeah, I feel like it... And the thing is that, you know, like, it's... Because it's like, if a part of you wants to help, like, I understand that too, but I think it's also really important because it's really easy to burn yourself out emotionally and, you know, like how Amy says, like, drain your energy and stuff. Because it's like, ultimately, yes, first, you're responsible for your own feelings. You know, like, even if you feel angry or, like, sad, upset, frustrated, etc., how you treat people is still on you at the end of the day. No.
Thank you.
Rant vent. Oh, Meg, thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. Oh, a hype train is close. I know, it's 4:30, so it's time for her to start asking for food, right, Purse? But yeah, anyways, like I was saying, when people are upset, like, you could try to, like, help them down, like, there's co-regulation and stuff like that too, but I think it's optimal if people just, like, understand and kind of regulate their own emotions, because it's like, you can't make your anger and your upsetness other people's problem to solve, you know? You're not, because especially now, like, we're adults, you know, you're not a child anymore, where you can just throw a tantrum and expect your parents to make everything better for you. You can't throw a tantrum and expect people around you to just bend and cater to your will. That's toxic. We're adults now, you're responsible for your emotions and your behavior. So it's like, if you're upset, you know, you can't be, being upset at someone until they appease you is just a really toxic mindset, you know, if you think about it. Hopefully people understand this. But it's just like, feeling afraid, stressed, etc. about the world and projecting that onto other people isn't a viable way to fix things. Figuring out, like, if you need something and how to ask for it is just such an important skill, because it's like a non-destructive way of communicating with other people, you know? You try your best to avoid arguments you can't stand anymore? Yeah. I feel that. I perform really poorly in arguments, but it's such an important life skill too, so I feel like it's kind of, like, difficult. So, like, conflict management and conflict resolution are all very, like, important life skills. But it's like, difficult because I feel like I believe that, like, a lot of it tends to be modeled growing up, and it's like, I never really had great, models for that sort of thing growing up, so it's like, I feel like my conflict management skills can be, like, really bad. it's something that I'm trying to really actively like work on, because my go-to in conflict is I shut down. I don't know. I don't know how to process like emotions from it too. I have a really hard time processing anger. I can process sadness. So sadness is like my primary negative emotion. But like I don't know how to process anger, and that can be really hard because a lot of the time anger can be seen as like, you know, that something is wrong and that you deserve better or something like that, like some people say. I don't know if there's a correlation with that and like boundaries, etc. I don't know, but yeah, that's all stuff that I gotta work on. Hi Jerry, you've never seen me upset or lose composure. I try my best. I feel like across like any and all situations, I try to be composed. I try to not let certain things like affect me so much, and I would hope that people would like, hopefully things don't get to a point where people would push me that far, and if someone did, hopefully they understand the gravity of the situation, because I feel like I'm a fairly composed person. Right, you're caught in the microwave. Oh no. Sometimes you have to give the other person time to cool off before continuing meaningful conversations. Yes. I think too, definitely, like sometimes, because as someone who holds like a lot of like trauma within me that I'm trying to work through, sometimes it's just like I'm too overwhelmed to have a conversation, and my brain just like isn't working, and like I just need time to like cool off and return to baseline, and then you can have a conversation. And it's also why a lot of time, because like sometimes people make up like, oh, like never go to bed angry, but that's bad advice. Sometimes you need sleep. You gotta make sure that you're fed, that you're well rested, etc., to tackle a problem. That's important. You can invent rant a little, Mig, if you have something going on. But what do you do with angry people? Being angry too won't solve it. Trying to calm them down lets them feel not understood, and a third party can't read the mind of an angry person. Well, what makes angry people your responsibility, Kia? Like, the thing is that, like, when dealing with people that are angry, like, because, like, I feel, I don't know, personally, a lot of the time in my experience, angry people are they could be very close to, like, abusive people, because when you're angry a lot of the time, like, in my experiences, when people are angry, they want to hurt other people. That's not always the case. You can be angry, not hurt people, of course, but it's just like, in my experience, they're so close with one another, so it could be hard. But it's like up to them. Like, if you can be angry but communicate well, then that's good. But the thing is that you can't force someone who's angry. You can't read the mind of the angry person. It is the responsibility of the person who is angry to be able to communicate with other people. And if they can't get their anger under control to communicate with other people, that's a them problem, you know? Excellent mental health Monday topic. Primary emotions and processing them. Anger is a positive emotion. It comes from valuing yourself. In moderation, yeah. I'm cool. Thank you. I was upset when you played Apex with me. What do you mean? I mean, sometimes I get frustrated in games, but yeah. Hello, Derek. You think emotions are neutral? It is our actions and reactions that determine the alignment. Yeah, I mean, like, emotions themselves are not, like, inherently good or bad. It's how you behave from them that are good and bad. Emotions serve to inform us about, you know, like, how we feel about certain things. Like, if we're sad, they inform us, you know? And it's just, like, what you do with them that determines good or bad. Because you could be angry, but that doesn't mean that you have to yell at someone, you know? Like, you are the one that decides what you do with what you feel. Going to sleep angry is the worst. Yeah. It's difficult. I don't know exactly what, like, body processes happen, like, when you're angry, too. But, you know, like, a lot of it can come up with, like, stress as well. You want to swarm the whole chatter type of paragraph or get muted for spamming? I mean, I think we would have to, like, mute you. But, like, it's all good. Oh. Anger and violence are not the same? No. They just tend to go, like, hand in hand with what people tend to do. But they are very, like, separate things. You very rarely feel anger. I used to be like that as well, Baker. But I think a lot of it was just because, like, I had a lot of, like, conflicting feelings about anger myself, and I saw it in a very negative way. And I'm trying to allow myself to feel anger more organically. It's just that what I decide to do with my anger is the most important thing. I think feeling angry is natural, like anything else. So I try to not push myself into feeling sad as much. Thanks, BBH. Okay. So, for example, people with service departments sometimes have to deal with angry people in the workplace doesn't allow you to ignore these people. What to do? You're curious about more ways to deal with them? I mean, it's entirely, like, up to you. I used to work, in retail, for example. And if people are angry, it's like, what you would have to do is you just kind of have to, like, I mean, if you're in service, a lot of the time your job is just to try to get the customer appeased and coming back, but it's like, a lot of it depends on, you know, your own thing. Like, for me, it's like, if someone's, like, pissed, like, for example, like, Black Friday, someone's pissed that they didn't get the deal, I'm like, okay, well, I called my manager over, I'm like, well, this is, like, what the price is, she was trying to rip us off, and I was like, well, no, man, like, you have to put your boundaries down. Like, well, you can't, like, we didn't have a $35 sticker, so we used, like, a $25 sticker and put a 3 over the 2. But that doesn't mean that this is $3. It's meant to read as, like, 35, and she tried to argue the logistics of it, etc. And it was just, like, getting all upset. Hello, Justin Nirvana. I will get to your question in a second. But it's just like, you know, if people are mad, it's just kind of like, you just kind of have to do what you can. But the thing is that, like, you have to understand that you're not responsible for other people's emotions. Like, they can be mad, and you can do your best, but it's like, you shouldn't hold yourself responsible for other people's emotions, you know, like. And it's hard because it's like, people can be mad, people can, like, say all these things, but it's other people's, like, energies and emotions and their behaviors that they're choosing to do, like, at you. But you can't control other people. You can't control their behaviors, you can't control their emotions, you can only do what you do. You feel like anger can be the worst if it isn't dealt with in so many ways, like working out, going for a hike. I mean, but that's founded in, like, a really well way, Chi-Chi, because the thing is that, like, when I was going on a hike with my best friend and we were just talking about all sorts of stuff, she was telling me that, like, apparently stress has, like, a cycle, and when you're feeling stressed, to complete a stress cycle, the way that you get, like, stress hormones out of your body is through exercise, which is why exercise is so good for mood regulation, because it helps process, like, these emotions totally out of your body. That's why you feel better. There's chemical reasons for it. This is how our bodies, like, work. That's why working out and just, like, going for a walk, getting your blood pumping is so good for you. That's why, like, a lot of the time if people are, like, mad, they'll go, like, work out, and they've, like, worked through those emotions, because you are literally working through those emotions. That's always, like, the best. That's why through, like, mental health is tied in with, like, physical health as well. I will answer your question, Derpy, but Justin Nirvana, to answer your question, hi, hello, today we're doing a mental health stream. We're just talking about whatever kind of comes to mind, New Year's resolutions, etc. Currently we're talking about emotions, specifically anger. For the most part, I'm a variety streamer, so I play video games, sometimes I do art, we do just chatting streams like these, but yeah. How are you doing today? You said thrive on anger was your fuel, not a good look. Hated working in retail, people fly off the handle, those people gotta be mad. You're a service injury, you're forced to suppress your natural responses for the sake of the job. I mean, it depends. Your personal account with customer service reps doing the bare minimum. Usually work out and keep a positive aspect of things, but even then it's like a double-edged sword because you tend to keep whatever bothers you to yourself. I mean, I think it's working out isn't like a cure-all either, because it's like, it's good to help process emotions, but I wouldn't also say that, like, it's not the one thing that you have to do to keep yourself, like, regulated, you know, like, the way humans work is that we need to be connected, and sometimes, like, it's, talking things out can help because it forces us to, like, pin down and describe the things that we've been feeling into cohesive words to communicate to another person as well, you know? Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate. How nonchalant angry people can be because you're a stranger? Oh yeah. Hatred and resentment, the dark side. The spiciest of emotions? I think it's the one that people have the hardest time dealing with. Dark side leads to cookies. Consumed by anger and revenge for a long time. There's no perfect solution to bad customers. Positive transaction has to operate both ways. Yeah, you know, like, if someone's just feeling like shit and is just kind of committed to feeling like shit and looking at the bad side of things, what do you do? There's nothing you can do. And, like, the only thing you can do is just accept it. Because, like, again, you can't control other people. People determine how to live their life. If someone is just committed to having a shitty day, guess what? They're gonna have a shitty day. And you can try to waste your time and energy trying to turn them around, but the only person that can stop them from having a shitty day is themselves. And this applies to ourselves too. If you're feeling like you're having a shitty day, if you're just committed to the idea, like, well, this day sucks, this day is shit, like, sometimes, then that's just kind of how it's going to be. It can be hard. And going to the other question of, like, anger, how we process it and stuff like that, anger is still something that I'm personally trying to figure out how I process it. A lot of the time if I'm feeling like, because I feel like I don't tend to feel like angry, like a lot of the time I tend to feel like frustrated. And it's like if I feel frustrated, a lot of the time I tend to go to like a trusted confidant that's like, hey, can I just like vent to you for a second? Because it's like, I can't like sit with like this feeling, like I have to talk to someone else and like describe how I'm feeling. A lot of the time it's like I have to feel like validated, because like I have issues with my anger where it's like I don't know if I'm allowed to feel angry, so a lot of the time it's like I feel like I have to talk to someone else and be like, I feel angry, like does this make sense? Like, would you feel upset too if you were in this position that I feel this way? It tends to be a lot of the time how I process it. And then when I feel validated in my emotions, I'm like, okay, then I'm able to be like, all right, I can like let go of that emotion. But ultimately, like, anger tends to be like, or if I'm feeling frustrated, it's because I feel like something is happening that I feel like shouldn't. But feeling the emotion doesn't do anything with like, you know, like solving the situation, etc. Like, action needs to be taken. So it's there to like inform you, but a lot of the time it's like, I'm like, oh, I just have to get these like emotions out. Not so Aiden, hello, thank you for the raid. Hello, John Ahoy. Welcome in. Hello, Vodnik. I mean, it's all good. I'm not Mexican. I have Spanish blood in me. Hello, Aiden. Hello, Tomei. Welcome in. All right, let me see. Punish venom. Learning to be mindful of how we're feeling and why we're feeling that way is also super helpful, but holy shit, is it difficult? It is! That's something, especially because I tend to get, like, overwhelmed and, like, flooded due to, like, trauma, is, like, getting a better bearing on my emotions, I feel like, has, like, radically changed my life and how I interact with other people. Good or bad service, some situations are perfectly solvable. Anyone else's heart rate picks up when they're angry? Yes. I feel like a lot of it is because a lot of it is tied to, like, fight, flight responses. It's the adrenaline. That's why. In your body. You have anger problems, so in your situation that's making you super angry, you walk away or go for a walk and blast music in your ears, works all the time you think. That's good! These are coping mechanisms. It's really important to figure out coping mechanisms for things like that. To manage your own emotions. Taking responsibility for your behavior, you know? Fight or flight's trying to kick in? That's adrenaline. Prickle hairs on the back of your neck? Good old adrenaline. Hello everyone, welcome in. How are you guys doing? Anger and frustration come as a bundle? Oh yeah. Just acknowledging that you have anger problems is healthy. I do think that it's good because it's like, if you don't, like, you know, you can either acknowledge that you have these things, or because it's like, if you do, then it's like you're aware of it and you can take steps to manage it better. But it's like, if you're ignorant of it or choose to be ignorant of it, it's like, what can you do to help yourself if you won't even address what's there? Anime brings your spirits up? I mean, it's nice to, like, have, like, a distraction and, you know, like, watch something get lost in another world, you know? You're really hot when you're angry. I'm, like, when I'm mad, I start crying. Like, when I'm upset, my, like, response is just, like, I start crying. And it's really, really difficult for me to communicate when I'm angry. You've experienced the hairs on the back of the neck thing before? Oh my god. When I get, like... I don't know. When I'm upset, I'm just, like, an angry crier. Those are things your therapist has recommended? Yes! Because those are good, healthy coping mechanisms. Because the thing is that, like, when you look at that, like, what you described, you know, like, walking away, going for a walk, listening to music, those are good, healthy coping mechanisms. Because the inverse of that, unhealthy coping mechanisms are, like, you would yell at the person, you know, you would, I don't know, it's pretty much, you would take it out on other people, you try to make the other person, like, you yell at them, you try to hurt them. When you're angry, you know, trying to fight them, those are bad coping mechanisms. Walking away and cooling down is a great coping mechanism. Doing those things, all great. That's why therapists recommend them. It's my understanding. You're good? Happy to hear that, Tomei. Almost finished Dark Souls 1 Remastered? Very nice. I enjoyed that game very, very much. Very cool. Thank you for the raid and for bringing your community over. Hello, Cal. Hope stream's going okay. You're lurking and listening. Doing good. Hopefully you're good as well. Talking about emotions, which is always fun. You finally hit the point where you can get upset, and a minute or two later take some deep breaths and discuss why something upsets you, / which concerns of yours you feel aren't being addressed. It's been helpful, but you weren't able to do this until you started journaling. Yes, I agree with that very much, because the thing is, like, because it's really easy, you know, like, when you're in an argument or in a discussion, you know when you're upset, you know, like, what emotions you're feeling, but I think it's harder to pin down exactly, like, what exactly upsets you, why it upsets you, and what you want out of the situation. Because it's like, you could tell it you're mad. And, like, I feel like a lot of, like, childish reactions are, like, when you're mad is to, like, lash out at the other person. Because lashing out at the other person when you're mad is, like, you're trying to make them understand that you are mad. But a lot of the time you're mad because there's something deeper. And when you're an adult, it's important to reach for what is, like, deeper and making you feel, like, upset, to communicate more maturely, more, I don't know, respectfully, responsibly. Hairs on the back here, and I feel when you have a realization that you fucked up on something. I hate fucking up on things. I totally understand that. You know, this music or gaming and calling your emotions. Hi, Bread Throne. Thank you for answering, Kiat. Last time you got angry, it felt like a tsunami in your heart, and your face started to get warm. Sometimes anger can scare you. When you explode and after you calm down, you feel super bad. You hate being angry because you don't like conflict or yelling. Yeah, I understand that. I also am so, like, conflict averse. I think that's also why, like, I tend to go to, like, other people to be like, I feel upset, but it's really hard for me because I also feel, like, guilty when I'm mad, too, because it's like, I never want to, like, hurt people or anything, too, but then I'm mad, and then I'm, like, or, like, frustrated, and I'm just like, but I don't want to, like, hurt anyone's feelings, so I just try to, like, process it in, like, an alternative, like, environment, and then try to come back with, like, okay, here's, like, a solution. But not everyone feels that way, too. You had heard that tears during extreme emotions are your body's attempt to chemically rebalance by dumping excess emotion hormones? Oh, that's interesting. Take a small pause to breathe. Honestly, that's, like, what's super important. Is like, when you're feeling really upset, is to interrupt that emotional process, to, like, stop and take, like, a couple of really deep breaths and just, like, ground yourself and be like, okay, like, acknowledge that you feel upset and just be like, okay, like, what about this, like, upsets me? What hurts me? Why do I feel this way? Because a lot of the time, like, when conflicts escalate, it's like when people react without thinking. You know, like, if you're mad, acting without thinking is, like, the worst. When you do, like, knee-jerk responses and, like, reactions, it's, like, what tends to make things escalate. So it's, like, when you interrupt that cycle is so important. Those are skills people have to learn. Coping mechanisms, 100%. And I think coping mechanisms are super important to keep, like, working on and improving, like, throughout your life. Make a calm, cool, and collected decision. Yeah. Dude, it's so easy just to stew and vent and kick and scream, but it's so destructive. It is! Like, when you're upset, it's just, like, sometimes it feels a lot easier to just, like, you know, punch a hole in the wall. I had a friend who had punched a hole in a wall because he was so upset. So it's just, like, the easier way of, like, doing those things. It's a lot harder to hold yourself back from, like, doing those things and look for alternative, like, methods. Yeah. You thought getting super angry was cool. Grew up thinking the same thing. Arguments were super common in your family. It's hard, too, if it's, like, in your family a lot. Because, again, like, when you grow up, families model your communication model, I guess. You know, like, they're your blueprint in your life for how interactions, like, happen. Which is why, for me, like, my family was, like, we didn't really have, like, arguments. It was usually, like, someone, you know, like, my dad or something would kind of put his foot down, and that was that. You wouldn't argue. Or if there was, like, a disagreement, you just pretend it didn't happen. Nothing gets resolved. You just kind of sit in your complicated emotions forever. So, it's really hard for me to try to process all of it. That's why confrontation is really hard, because I don't know how to confront my emotions. We never had that in my family. I would just cry all the time. That's just how I process it. I just cry, feel sad, and then just don't know what to do with it. Hi, Ben! You used to have really bad anger issues, but you think you went too far in the other direction, and I have trouble voicing your concerns when something bothers you. Finding that middle ground is tough. 100%! It's why, like, figuring out, like, knowing yourself, figuring out your boundaries, acknowledging your feelings, a lot of it is just kind of like an ongoing process. So for me, like with journaling, a lot of it is just like when I am overwhelmed, I know I'm going too far in that direction where I'm feeling too much. So I try to pull myself back so I'm a little more present to like listen to it. And then the other thing too is that like sometimes like I don't even know what I'm feeling. So right now my journaling prompt is to just listen to myself, acknowledge my feelings, and try to like know myself more too. Tears have different chemical makeups depending on what's bringing them in. Hello, Avent. The primal urge to break something that makes you mad. But what does that do? Do you guys have urges to break things? Controllers were playing Sekiro. Oh my god. Controller-shaped stress ball. Did they make those? Instead of getting angry, you lay in the bed and be sad. Same! Me too! You punched a hole in the wall too because of your dad? Yeah, everyone's punching holes in the walls. Is your hand okay? You've broken stuff from getting angry at a game. You punched a dent in your drawer, cracked a TV stand, broken a few controllers. Come a long way. Easy to forget that piece. Oh yeah. Broke his car window? You're just saying it's a primal feeling? Oh, I see. Urge to break yourself? Oh. Oh no. Don't break yourself. It's a matter of controlling said feelings? Yes. Coping mechanisms. I think it's just a matter of, because it's like hard too, because it's like, I have hesitation with agreeing with like controlling too, because it's like, it's important to let yourself feel your emotions too. It's not good to also just take your feelings and put them in a box or like chain them up. It's important to process them. That's why coping mechanisms are good. Sometimes you won't actually break anything and your brain goes Unga Bunga caveman mode. One time when you were a kid, you and your friend were playing a football game and he was kicking your ass. You got angry and slammed his controller on the ground. Oh. See, that's why it's like, sometimes the knee-jerk response when you're so mad is bad, because it's like, when you're of sound mind, you don't mean to do these things, but you're trying to express your anger. You have urges to break things sometimes, but not very awesome. They make places where you can break pottery. Yes, there are actually, if you feel like very frustrated, there's breaking rooms where it's like, you could pay and they'll provide some junk for you to break, or for cheaper, you can bring your own junk to break. Finding the right outlet to express emotions is so important. You feel like a lot of people aren't taught that? Yeah, this is like important stuff that I feel like they should teach you in school. I like to think of it as like your mental toolbox of coping mechanisms. And I feel like I've really been expanding my coping mechanisms, and I just feel so much better. It's just New Year's resolution for us all, you know. Just work on your coping mechanisms. Back then, controls were only $20. What? That's so much cheaper than they are now. Paladin 1 PlayStation stress controllers, $12 on Amazon. Thank you for looking that up, Paper. Hi, Ben. Last time you felt like you were playing the Crash Bandicoot remake and almost threw your controller? Sometimes, some games are just like, so frustrating. Punch the wall, work! I didn't realize so many of you punched walls! You're better now? That does make me feel better, Infernal. Before you went to therapy, I'm glad you went and saw someone for it and are doing better now. I'm glad. The only time you broke something from anger was your PS2 copy of Burnout Revenge? Damn. This is why warranties come clutch for controllers. Buried your arm all over the shoulder. Oh my gosh. Feel them and then they will not build up as much stress. It's important to process them. Like, you can feel emotions and not process them in destructive ways. But that's where it's like difficult. You know, easier said than done. Punch a hole in your wall, punch a hole in your wallet. Yeah. Yelling at the void. Yeah, sometimes just screaming is great. Just drive somewhere and just scream. Sometimes that can help. Titus laugh. Hollow Knight Watcher Knight's flashback. Breaking things is a learned behavior. Yeah, when I was growing up, I didn't really, nothing was broken around me when I was angry. Out of curiosity, if you guys don't feel like it's too personal to share, for the people that have punched or broken things, did your parents also punch and break things growing up when they were upset? Out of curiosity? An hour early? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Argentum. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope work goes by well for you. Hi, boys. You always shut your anger down inside because you learned that it won't get you anywhere as a kid. I feel like that's probably what happened with me. So it's just like I have a hard time finding my anger. I just feel like kind of frustrated and I don't know how to process it. So it's just kind of like I'm trying to like undo that. The after effects, because you start wanting to break something when you were angry. For me, it's just like I don't know. You don't smash stuff anymore. Like, a lot of young men are specifically taught the only way to express themselves is physically. That's true. There is a lot of media, too. Media portraying that violence or breaking things when you're being mad. It's pretty bad. You go for a full headbutt on the wall. Man. Never punched walls as a kid, even now. You have a POC mom shouldn't play with that? Oh, man. Never. Older brother punched you when mad? Oh, man. So you punched objects? Hello, Shiucha. Happy New Year. Oh, thankfully never. I see. Unfortunately, yes. Let's see. Hello, T-Bone. Cold, 24 degrees out on a motorcycle. Oh, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Paper. That's messed up. I don't think anyone should ever lay hands on anyone else. You're the first out of all your brothers and sisters breaking something. Oh, and your parents never broke anything? Oh. Music and art was a big outlet for him. I see. Used to have breaking problems. You've outgrown it. That's true. You know, honestly, there's probably a lot of it can't probably only be routed in families. A lot of media, too. That's nuts, Paper. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. You can remember your parents getting into a fight when you were a toddler? Damn. Hello, Hale. What's that? When you're breaking things when mad seems like a common theme. Yeah. I wonder why that is. Art easily would paint on it. You entered a really bad relationship 4 or 5 months ago. Your former girlfriend was obsessively jealous. You started to reflect and process it. It's weird, you know how to describe the forest through the trees effect. You're completely isolated. Felt lonely because she was jealous. Felt dumb that you put up with that in retrospect. I totally understand. I was in a similarly really awful relationship a couple years ago. I wouldn't say that, like, my ex was necessarily obsessively jealous. But I mean, like, I don't know, actually kind of like looking back on it, probably like some aspects of it, but there was a lot of like controllingness. And the thing is that like a lot of it is like when you're in it, like you will rationalize, I've found in my experiences, you will rationalize a lot of the things that you went through. It's like, what do people say? You can't see red flags through rose-tinted glasses. So sometimes it's just how it is. My advice, if you want advice, is to just not beat yourself up for it. If you realize how things are now, like that they aren't good, take that knowledge with you moving forward. And just make sure, to the best of your ability, that you don't have to deal with those things again, is my advice. Stuff like that is signs that you've grown. And I tried to look at it as like, that's a good thing. Your father yelled when he was mad. That was probably where you got it from. You probably got your anger from him. Another thing, get scared when people yell or when you yell. Yeah, honestly, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of the reasons why we process things the way we do tends to be because we saw it modeled somewhere for us.
Thank you.
Justin Nirvana, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome. You're chilling? I am also chilling. I'm enjoying this conversation. I love talking about emotions. I think it's very interesting. Usually you find if you sit on your anger for like a day, you're more able to more rationally look at the situation and find you're not as mad as you think you are. That's good. Anger is just like, it's an emotion that propels a lot of people into like action, and it tends to be very like destructive action. So I feel like it's the emotion that benefits the most from like letting it just like simmer out. You know, it's like a fire. It's a lot more constructive to figure out like the source of it, simmer out, and like the source of it to help you like inform you and take actions towards like what you really want. But a lot of the time it doesn't, you know, lend to very good or, you know, like anger itself tends to make people act out in negative ways. Brother, sister, tell you why are you mad at them if they only pay attention? Oh, like, they always wonder why you're mad at them, and you feel like if they understood, like, how they were behaving, they'd understand. Do you find the idea of not being able to process anger so interesting? You thought it was a natural thing to process with arguments, raise voices, but now you're rethinking that from the ground up? Well, because the thing is, too, is that, like, you know, if you think of yourself as, like, a child, as, like, a blank slate, even when you're, you know, when you're growing in your mama's tummy, babies are still absorbing information around them. So a lot of it is like, everything you are, whether you mean for it to or not, is what you've learned from like your parents, unless you've or, you know, like your parents, people around you, people who raised you, I should say. Like, not necessarily parents, but people who raised you, growing up, you know, what you consumed, all of it shapes you. All of it leaves an imprint on you in some type of way. Unless you've taken steps to actively like undo it and try to process it in other ways, which is why it's really important as an adult to figure out coping mechanisms, etc. he'll never actually forgive his abuses, so you're just emotionally distant from him. It is what it is. Yes. I understand that. That's why, like, I do think no contact is, sometimes that's just the way things have to be. Because, like, you have to do what you have to do for your peace in your own life. You do not understand yelling at sports games? Oh, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes people feel like they're included that way, I guess. I don't really understand it either. Precursor of vaccine. Your dad's been doing it for 50 years? Yelling at sports, would that be being passionate? I mean, it depends. I feel like, if you're invested in it, you know, and if you're cheering for the other team and heckling, etc., people probably do it because it makes them feel more involved. Ironically, if you found a love of hardcore metal music as an outlet, it's one thing when someone's yelling it. When someone's yelling it with you, it changes the dynamic. Of course, because it's like, it changes the feeling of being the recipient of the yelling, or, because, you know, like, that's why, like, growing up, like, when I would go to, like, raves and stuff like that, sometimes it was just, like, nice to feel like you were, like, with the crowd as, like, an expression of yourself in, like, a joyful way, you know, versus, obviously, like, an angry way. Rear passenger side so you can see the speed and how much gas is left. You struggle processing sadness for the longest time because of the way your family viewed masculinity, so you get it, but you never thought of it from that angle around anger specifically. It's funny because it's like, I feel like I process sadness a little bit easier because it's like something that I'm more familiar with, but the anger was not that for me. I'm back and I'm talking about growing in your mom's belly. Yeah, growing up. You get your anger from your mom. She's a nice person. When she gets angry, Yeah. Use rock, metal, etc. as an outlet. Now any music calms you. Interesting statement. You believe so too that the environment shapes us? Yeah, 100%. Your brother gets so mad at you, exploit you, and just many mean things. He didn't say anything because he was your older brother and you wanted him to like you. So you grew up turning a blind eye to bad things happening to you without realizing that it's bad for you? Yeah. This is something that's basically called generational trauma. Because, you know, things that our parents, like, learn and stuff, that's what they pass on to their kids to the best of their knowledge. And that's why people talk a lot about, like, breaking the cycle. Because, like, if you undo what your parents have taught you and pass it on to other people, you're no longer allowing the things that your parents taught you to be spread onto other people. Honestly, as the generations go on, you feel like knowledge of processing emotions becomes more widespread. I mean, definitely. I feel like a lot of it is also just because, like, you know, I don't know, there's, like, more people in the world that are, like, focusing on these things. Therapy and understanding our, like, inner world is something that in the last couple hundred years has become, like, more researched, because we are able to, like, afford the luxury of thinking about our own thoughts. Yes, Kurt. So there's that, and I do think that is very, very important. I think you froze your hand. I hope not. You channel anger in your art. Feels good yelling in a song. Yeah, 100. God, I think that I experienced probably, like, a lot of simmering anger that I didn't know how to process when I was, like, a teenager, especially. I was a very angsty teen, dealing with my parents' divorce. My mom was being a very, like, manipulative person. I had a lot of misguided anger towards my father because of my mother, and my mom was doing things that was, like, making me mad, and just, you know, being a teenager and being very upset. I used art as an outlet, like, a lot. I 100% lean on, like, arts and creativity as, like, a wonderful, like, outlet. Feeling very, like, misunderstood and, like, alone. Art and music were just, like, really great. Just, like, listening to music, watching anime, media, and stuff like that. Just feeling understood in ways and being able to express myself is always really good. You think just being able to talk about anger means you have a deeper understanding / control of it? I mean, yeah, I agree with that, because it's just a matter, because, I don't know, it's just, like, you can either, like, not talk about, like, these emotions, but I think, like, having the capacity to talk and relate with others about it, I think is a good sign. And hello, GD! You learn from your environment, you can unlearn it as well. Totally. How's stream going? Well, I think it's going well. You'll think that people who strive to improve themselves tend to surround themselves with other improvement center people? I think so too, because you're looking, I feel like, you know, if you're looking for improvement, you're gonna look for improvement thingies and meet other people who are also looking for improvement-oriented things. And then you can share tips, tricks, books, stuff like that. You have so much family you just want to have these discussions with that you can't. Yeah, it's difficult when you want better for other people too. Feels very like Hedgehog Dilemma-ish. Wanting to be close and relate and connect more intimately and more vulnerably with other people. But that's why it's so hard too, and that's why like finding like what people say like your tribe and like your people, finding the people that are like willing to connect in the sense that you do can be very difficult. It's a skill that has to be cultivated by you and you alone. And hello, SARS! I hope cooking goes well. Yes, and Purse, who's just kind of been hopping up and down. A recap flashback mechanism where you can see yourself grow up once more to reflect about it. Well, yeah, it can be hard too because it's like, if you tend to repress things, I have a lot of repression. It can be really hard because, but that's why like therapy can be useful because you can like talk aloud with a therapist to kind of figure out like, oh, like I feel like this thing and it's like frustrating and I just think about like this thing from my childhood, and that tends to be where a lot of things are. Which is like, it makes me think about my dad for some reason, and then I feel a lot of like shame and guilt, blah, blah, blah. Therapists can kind of help nudge you into the right direction of introspecting to figure these things out. Head pass. The deeper you bury your emotions, the bigger the explosion later. Yeah. Or just watch the movie Inside Out on Disney Plus. That's true. You can't dig up repressed memories? You can! You can unrepress your repressed memories. It's difficult. That's why a lot of people go to therapy for it. We need something that can dig up the shit that's therapy. Self-help, reflection, journaling, introspecting, they're skills. Sometimes some things are better repressed in a way, depending. Yeah, emotion archaeologists. It's hard because digging up repressed memories and stuff like that and repressed emotions is processing. Processing is so difficult. It's so hard. It's very emotionally intensive and laborious. Isn't the Adam Sandler movie Anger Management all about managing anger in a healthy way rather than just holding it in? I've never seen it, so I'm not sure. But probably, to my understanding, that's what anger management is. Holding it in, so not coping with it by just not coping with it, or, I don't know, probably just exploding, being angry at other people. How to find something in your memories that's lost? Would you care to remember who else? It's your memory? Well, I mean, like, if you don't know, you don't know. You don't, the thing is that, like, in emotions, especially, like, older emotions, what you tend to remember isn't the events themselves, but how you felt about it. You know? Like, you can't remember, like, your 18th birthday in specific detail, but you could probably remember generally. I don't know, if it was, like, a notable birthday. You'd probably remember good or bad emotions. You tend to remember things that are really, you know, the stronger emotions about an event tend to be what you remember about it. Therapy's expensive, but therapy's also not the only option. You know, you can journal. There's self-help books out there. We have these streams. We have the Accountability Buddies channel. There's a lot of resources out there, more and more, you know, as time goes on, to kind of help you take responsibility of yourself, your mental toolbox, your processes. Crossing is a one-way trip to Spain without the S. It's hard. It's rough. If you're gonna deep dive, if you're gonna do like shadow work sort of stuff and get into the nitty-gritty dark side of like not looking at like, you know, things that make you happy and like that stuff, it's rough. I hope everyone understands that. There are definitely therapy techniques that can uncover repressed memories, but you need a place to start for sure. Oh yeah. Therapy can be good at a certain point because you can't tell them everything, or else you getting those grippy socks? What do you mean? Can't remember much of your childhood? Probably because a lot of it has been like repressed. I mean, a lot of it can be like emotions. I don't remember a lot of my childhood either. I remember a lot of playing video games, but I can't remember outside of it. Therapy has the added bonus of letting an expert lead you through the process of uncovering emotions, so you don't have to just sift through things yourself. Yeah, I think that's always really important. I think it's good because it's like you have someone who's like a licensed professional or expert who will sit with you to like talk you through things, and like if you uncover things, they can help. They're good because I think like for the most part, it's like when you're going through something that might be like emotionally intensive, they're good to help you co-regulate. And co-regulation is like when someone else is sitting with you to kind of help you have like an emotional baseline, where it's like if you feel like you're reacting very strongly emotionally towards something, they can help kind of calm you down. Grippy Socks psych wards? I mean, I personally would disagree with that. I feel like the point of therapists is like, for the most part, okay, Adobe Creative Cloud, go on. I feel like for the most part, therapists are there to listen to everything to help you process things. Because it's like, your option is, you know, and it's just, I think psych wards, I don't know. I don't know how they operate because I haven't been in them, but I feel like you only go to a psych ward if you're a danger to yourself or others. But the thing is that like, if you talk to your therapist about things, and if you have things that you feel like are so heavy that you feel like they're like psych ward capable, if you don't tell a therapist, that's just still gonna sit in you. That thing doesn't go away. That's the thing. Fad, thank you for the follow. Because that's the thing. The stuff in our lives doesn't go away. You either process it or it just sits in the process. That's life. That's why it's important. Coping mechanisms are important. Coming to terms with things and accepting them because they have happened, and there's no way to make things unhappen. It's important. You're only scared of a Grippy Socks vacation because of capitalism and needing to work? For as long as you can remember, you always had to hide your emotions. It's so important to express your emotions in a healthy way. It makes me sad when people have to hide your emotions. Because your emotions are what make you human. No emotions. This is like depression. Feeling nothing. Nothingness. Depression. That's what psychiatrists are for too, by the way, not therapists. It's true. Hello, Alas, and hello, Fad. What is that? Your brother was in a psych ward and it looks unimaginably boring. They take away your phone? Oh. I mean, sometimes, I guess. I mean, I can't say if it's necessarily necessary, I guess, or not. I have mixed feelings about these things. What are we talking about? Dealing with emotions? Go into therapy, stuff like that. You ready to check your phone at this point, so sign me up. I mean, to my understanding, a lot of the time is that people will monitor you if you're a danger to yourself or others. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm just like naive, but I feel like for the most part, like, what people want is to be understood and to feel cared for. I feel like that's a lot of the base reasoning for a lot of things. It's boring, but weirdly enough, time kind of flies in that place. That's really what it boils to, that feeling of emotional and physical security. I feel like that's what a lot of things just kind of like boil down to. If you really like stop, sit, and like dig. Like when I like the how to do the workbook, a lot of the time, what did you describe it as? There's like some core like wounds that we feel growing up that really hurt us. Like this idea, this notion that like maybe you are a burden to other people and that you're like unnecessary, that like you are bad for some reason. It can be like some core wounding that you carry with yourself that define you as a person negatively, whether you want it to or not. It is something that you carry with yourself. It's like a belief that you carry that hurts you, and like this is something that it is like the little foundation of who you are as a person that can show up in like every other way. Because then it's like if someone does something that makes you feel in any way related to it, or it's like if you feel like you're being inconvenient or like not needed or something like that, that can just set off like that deep core wound without you realizing it, and then you're upset at your friend because it's like, or you feel hurt because it's like they didn't invite you. But the root of it all is like not necessarily that you weren't invited, but because you had felt like you didn't matter. If that makes sense. Hopefully I've explained that when that makes sense. But it's just like, that's why like so many of these things can be like deep rooted. And it's important to understand that like it might not necessarily be because of what you thought, but because it made you feel something adjacent to it. It can kind of spiral. Can you imagine glad people try to better themselves in doing that? You notice the touch up on the hair looks awesome? Thanks, G. You just want to calm life pretending to plants and eating good food with friends? Yeah. Oh my god. All I want now in life is just like, I just want to be left alone for the most part. I'm just like, I just want to like stream, like chat with people, but like just enjoy my food and just do art stuff, you know? That's what I think is just live my life. Do no harm, help people with their lives. Continuing to do mental health streams, gotta go see an emotionally charged day? Okay. Thank you for being here, Amy. I hope you're able to rest, relax, be kind to yourself. Take care out there. You're glad these mental health Mondays are back? Is this really needed? Yes. Every other week, I will do them. It's important to take stock of how you're doing. Emotionally, I think. Moral thing, do your thing, G. I appreciate you dropping by while you can. Hopefully the wounds thing I said makes sense. And then something that's different for every person too is like where a lot of the deep wounding comes from an idea that was eventually learned in childhood. I just remember it being in the How to Do the Workbook as something that like really struck with me, especially with someone with like abandonment wounding. I know that I struggle a lot with ideas. I have a lot of like self-worth issues. That's really hard for me to like work through. But the idea that I have this like pervasive belief. Oh my god, please. How to Do the Work. I killed a highlighter highlighting so much of that book. It's just like, and you know, dealing with processing and stuff like that, reading things that really like struck a chord with me was just like, it's so painful. But it's like when you get a massage and you hit like a knot. And it's really painful working it out, but you feel so much better afterwards when you process it. It's just like hard. But it's like, you know, I'd read stuff and it's just like, man, like I was able to identify like in myself, like I have a lot of like issues with like that no matter how good I am, how hard I try, there's always something better. And that feeling of like never being enough is like, that is something that is like so unfortunately at the core of like who I am that I like struggle with a lot of the time. And like, it's just like, it just like the way that it like spirals out into the rest of my life is like I have so like imposter syndrome a lot of the time is something that is intersects with it in a very painful way, because then it's like, oh well, like no matter like what I do, like sure my work might be good, but there's always someone that does better work, and do I really deserve a lot of the praise for the work that I do? Because there's always someone that's better out there. In, you know, like in anything or like in relationships, it's like, do I make you happy enough? Am I worthy enough to be in this relationship? There's better people that are like out there. There's people that, you know, don't have the trauma that I do that probably look better than I do. And it's just like a lot of it goes into like comparing too, or it's just like, you know, it just goes and spirals out. And a lot of it is like, sure, like, and a lot of it is like really difficult because it's like, it's things that I have to, there are things that I have to do for myself in order to make myself not spiral out of control with that, because it's a core wound I have, so I'm responsible for keeping that in check. But is your internal monologue? You know what internal monologue is? Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, it's hard because then it's just kind of like, oh shit. And it's like, and even if I know where like a lot of it like comes from, it can like help, because then it's just kind of like, okay, I understand like a lot of it like comes from this, but it doesn't really help. You still feel it anyway, you know, like sometimes I just gotta process the emotions, because like, I still feel really sad, and it's just like I'm still sitting with that emotion, and I'm just like, I can't do anything about it because I still feel very strongly with it, and I don't feel like I can properly deal with this situation because I feel so emotionally charged. Everyone does have trauma. That is something that I eventually came to terms with, Kale, is that, like, I kind of ultimately arrived at the conclusion that, you know, everyone's got some type of baggage. Everyone's dealing with something. And that's why it can be hard, too, because it's like I've known people who will tend to minimize their own feelings, because they're like, well, there's always someone out there that's going through something that's worse, for example. So then you tend to minimize your own things. But other people's struggles don't diminish the fact that you have your own struggles, too. What about people who live in a doomed environment? Where's the responsibility there? When the concerned people don't have the possibility to improve themselves? I mean, it's hard. What about them, Kiat? What do you mean, like, the responsibility? Responsibility for what? Like, if people are, like, upset due to, like, poverty? Like, if people have a hard time, like, managing it? Like, I mean, like, I'm not really, like, sure. Like, what you're asking exactly. When they behave shitty, being angry, shouting? Like, what about it? Just knowing doesn't undo the hurt you felt in childhood. If we don't care, who does? I mean, that's why, like, caring for, like, people as a whole and, like, having, like, a society where people can be cared for is important. But there's only so much that you can do as a person, too. Like, I mean, like I said, like, that sucks, but it's like, if you understand that it's like, you know, if someone's frustrated because, you know, like, society, it's like, yeah, people are responsible for their emotions, A, and B, that's why it's such a complicated thing. Like, yeah, like, sometimes, like, there's only so much you can, and How to Do the Work also, like, addresses this too, like, people of color, BIPOC, live life at a disadvantage because of all of, like, the societal things going against them, too. And it's important to recognize that it's like, you can't, like, because the thing is that, like, you can't pull yourself, like, the bootstraps attitude of pulling yourself out of, like, feeling like shit every day can't work all the time, too. It's an idealized, like, construct that you can positive your way out of a situation, but, like, realistically, that shit doesn't work. That's why the idea of, like, self-improvement should just kind of be seen, like, that's why, like, happiness is not, like, an end-all be-all. It's, like, the pursuit of happiness and doing the best that you can, but also understanding and recognizing that, like, your best can't be the same as someone else's best. That's why social safety nets exist. You need to keep people from falling through the cracks if you want to improve as a whole. Oh, yeah. Previous mental health money. Yeah, we didn't cover it today. We've talked about these things before. Last one that was structured around boundaries. Probably, yeah. It's hard because it's like, that's why I think physical needs come before, like, emotional needs, because it's like, how can you, and that's why, like, if you look at, I think, like, as people as a whole, like, we as society haven't been able to tackle, like, mental health and, like, emotions and stuff like that until now, because we haven't been able to really have, like, mass, like, there's more people living at a better, what's the word? In a better state of living. More people are able to, like, communicate with each other, you know, like, through the internet and stuff like that, the way we are now than before because of advances in technology. So more people have been able to secure, like, a better way of living than we had in the past, so we were able to talk about these things. But it's hard if you're fighting for your life for food every day. Like, who fucking cares about coping mechanisms when you're hungry? You gotta eat. Eating's priority number one, you know? Stuff like that. That's why the pandemic has also been hard. This entire year threatened the physical safety of so many people, and people are blowing their lids. Yes. Definitely. Because you no longer have physical safety. So why prioritize emotional safety, you know? That's why it's very difficult. because you want to prioritize. It's the way, that's why, like, there's, like, a general, like, priority list. Because, you know, like I said, if you don't have a place to, like, sleep, and if you don't have, like, reliable food for you and your loved ones, like, what? Like, for the most part, most people aren't gonna give a fuck about, like, can you zen your way out of an argument, you know? People are gonna fight for, like, the food and stuff that they need. The pandemic puts stresses on your ideas of safety, so it's just kind of, like, understandably, these things get kind of, like, jumbled. But it's difficult. Because being human also means that you possess the ability to be cognizant of behaving beyond that. Yes, first. But it's hard because the way that our brains work, oftentimes it's harder to think about emotional security, etc. if we are not able to have that business. Yeah, Uncle Bunga Cave. If you're still working a retail job currently, you'd have a meltdown because there's significantly more stress if you feel like your physical security is being threatened. Okay, first. Alright. I'm gonna pause this conversation because it is time for my cat to have her food. First says, hungry. So, thank you so much for the conversation so far, guys. I know, speaking of physical needs, let me burp really fast, I'll feed my cat, and then we will continue our conversation momentarily. important. And this is always why this does tie into also the whole needs thing. That's why eating and sleeping when you're having like a disagreement can be really important too. Especially if you're like arguing or like disagreeing for like a while and you're not really going anywhere. Sometimes a break can be good. Kind of recollect your thoughts. Maybe you need to eat. Maybe you need to sleep. Or sometimes you can agree to disagree. It's always a thing too. I think that's a very important goal. Do you guys have New Year's resolutions, by the way? Do you guys do stuff like that? I put that like in the title, but I don't think we specifically talked about that. Hello, Nolly! Sorry, I have a fortune cookie. I'm getting hungry too. Well, you guys are eating. Hydrating. How are you, Nolly? Thank you. Your New Year's resolution is to make a bunch of mini resolutions because one big goal is flawed. I like having like a whole bunch of little like general goals. Thank you, Baker. Your New Year's resolution's no more drinking. I'm rooting for you. Less so much resolution, but more so themes. I feel that. The general idea of like goals, themes, what you want to achieve in this new year. Better yourself and follow through more. Always a good goal. I think self-betterment is something that should always be a perpetual goal. 50-50, sorta okay. I hope you're okay. I'm doing good. Just healing. I'm kind of like snacking. I'm starting to get hungry. But the New Year's got me in like a good mood. It's been a fun like reset. After the trip to the hospital, you learned your lesson. I'm so sorry. Mike, you're not buying NFTs. Theme of the year, Derpy 1.3, 2021 was version 1.2. Oh, nice. I like that. You don't do resolutions. If you want to do something, you'll do it and don't wait for another year. Also, big long-term goals aren't your strongest suit. I mean, I can understand that. My resolutions include, like, I want to do more, like, art. I just want to try to implement that, like, more in my, like, life. For example, or, you know, like, be more attentive about caring for my plants. Stuff like that. Kind of, like, general long-term, like, What am I craving? I mean, like, I was probably just gonna make, like, some ramen after stream. I'm kind of cold. Hot soup sounds good. Shin ramen. Laughing, Mike. Figure out a recipe for potential pop-up is a concrete goal. 2021 was a year of restarts for you, so you're hoping to carry that momentum into this one. Yeah. For one of your resolutions, you want to be able to, like, handle your emotions even better. Another is go back to painting. Nice. Gonna go work on your health goal? For sure. Thank you for hanging out, Derpy. I appreciate it. Have fun! Recipes are fun. I think doing a little bit more cooking was probably like on my goals list. I want to try to do more. Like, ramen store closed? Is it closed, or did I just like not? I mean, like, it's okay. I was just going to do Oh my god, that is definitely me, Nirvana. Just like, man, I'm kind of hungry, and you go to the kitchen, and I'm like, I have all these ingredients I have to cook. I'm like, but I'm hungry now? And sometimes it's like, maybe I'll just go to bed early, so I'll wake up and cook. Then it's the worst when you wake up and you're like super duper hungry. Holidays make your social meter drain to the negatives. Yeah, it can be really stressful. Nice Tahoe cabin. If this were only real, Shichi. Every time. You're alone this holiday, nothing has changed? Didn't, like, party or hang out with people? Well, I guess, you know what, actually, it's technically how the holiday should have been these years, so, you know. I don't feel very positively about the holiday season. December's my least favorite month of the year, so. Hello, Angle225. Can I send you a link to a video that will make you laugh? What? How do you know it will make me laugh? You have sent 2 messages in my chat. Hi. And that's it. Holidays was meh. Lots of things happened, so like you don't really know what to feel about this season. I feel that. Yeah, I know. Oh my god, that's the hard thing, Nirvana, about having like DoorDash. It's just I can cook or I can get a Popeye's chicken sandwich, right? Should have listed me on Friday? I'm sorry. Dealing with family during the holidays is a pain. Too much drama. I mean, you could also just not deal with family. Like, December gets free gifts and family, I guess, when they aren't being annoying and draining your life force. It can be kind of, like, nice, the season of giving, but I'm also a big believer in, like, it doesn't have to be a season for people to be giving. And then it's the sort of thing where it's like, if you have, like, a job, too, it's kind of like, well, you can buy your gifts for yourself anytime, too. Family, I feel like, is always the number one thing that makes the holiday season super difficult. Dealing with family can be really not fun, depending. I feel like for me it was nice because I've gotten to a point in my life where I really enjoy time with the family that I see, which would be my dad's side of the family. I don't talk or see my mom's side of the family at all. You gained 6 pounds this holiday. You ate good. I was thinking the other day about how much I miss Thanksgiving food. I was like, maybe I should buy like a rotisserie chicken and like a pack of stuffing, and then I'll make some like twice baked potatoes. And gravy. Love gravy. So yummy. We had pumpkin pie, which was great. Not all of it was eaten, and I think we have more cake in the fridge. Food's the best part about get-togethers. Why cooking is so good. We're just always going back to food. Just like holidays, and it's just all the way back to food. Hello, Mike. You want to see me make tamales one day?
Yeah, thank you.
Team Monkey. Thank you for the follow. One of those days you forgot your briefcase. I'm sorry about that.
Good things on sale.
Hello, Derek. Thank you for the host. Hello, hello. Twitch chat's usually about food 7 out of 10 times. Oh yeah. Like salmon and veggies and mashed potatoes. Oh man, I haven't had salmon in a hot second too. Salmon's so good. I have no clue how to make tamales. What I really want to make is lumpia. What is the topic of today's mental health stream? Well, we're just devolving into food because we just devolve into food. But I mean, technically, just sort of talking about like the year. Resolutions. We were talking about emotions a lot earlier. But I just figured it would be just kind of like a general check-in. Talking about how we felt about the holidays, if we have any resolutions. Food is good for mental health. It's very important. Take care of yourself and feed yourself, you know? Howdy, Danny. Welcome in. Yeah. Emotions is a good conversation because we're talking about like ways to expand like your mental toolbox and everything. Dealing with things moving forward, which I feel like just ties in really well with if you have like resolutions. If you do that sort of thing, if you have any like general goals or things that you want to focus on. So. That if 2021 was the worst for you, I'm so sorry. Hopefully this year will be better. Personal resolution, get back into dance? Do it! Why not? Made tofu stir fry a couple days ago with leftovers. Nice. emotions are scary, but they are there. Yeah. It could be tough, but they help inform us, and as long as we don't let them control us, that's what's important. It's always, should you do something first? It's always a, learning experience. Learning curve? Life experience of learning. You just nearly cried watching the second to last episode of BoJack? Oh, and you thought this one episode broke you? I'm sorry. I've never seen an episode of BoJack, but I didn't know that it dealt with, like, mental health. Been out of it for 4 years, so you figured you'd try to get back into it? Yeah, why not? Never know. Hello, John Escobar! Welcome in. I feel like, I don't know, mental health is important to talk about. I was talking to one of my dad's, like, lifetime friends that I just kind of known, like, growing up, and she's asking what I do, and I was telling her a little bit about, like, the mental health streams, and just kind of talking about it, and, like, the stuff that we talk about here, and she's like, oh, that's good, because I know, like, there's a lot of, like, negative stigma around it and everything, and I was like, yeah. So we talk about it here, and we just curate, like, this safe space to talk about things. Fun stuff, like, boundaries, and society, and emotions, so, all that good stuff. Hey, I said that earlier. I bet I had heard it on Reddit. Rose tinted glasses. Makes it so you can't see red flags. New Year's resolution is to try and do better on improving your self-esteem and confidence. Seeking help for your ADHD. You know, I like try to think about, because I feel like it's important to be like aware of like if you have any shortcomings, and I know that I have like a lot of executive dysfunction issues. Which makes it very hard because I'm like self-employed. I have a really hard time like starting doing things, which I know is something that ties closely with like ADHD. So, I mean, like part of my resolutions are like to go see like a whole bunch of like doctors and stuff, but I always wonder if I have something like that. I was also thinking about how I have issues with articulating my thoughts verbally when I'm overwhelmed, especially when I'm overwhelmed. But for the most part, I feel extremely, like, significantly more comfortable, and I feel like I'm able to communicate a lot better if I'm communicating non-verbally, if I'm like typing stuff. It was like something I was kind of like reflecting on. And I just feel like I do a lot better, but it feels like very, I don't know, it feels like complicated and difficult because I feel like I like a lot of like in-person like physical interactions because I feel like you're able to get a better sense for people, but I feel like I'm able to like express myself better if I'm able to like type things out and stuff. You were diagnosed with ADHD as a kid, but as a teen, your dad convinced you to get off your medication because you didn't believe in it. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I don't know if I have physical problems. I don't know. I just know that I have like certain issues, but I don't know. Pretty sure I have anxiety, and I've had like anxiety growing up, but I don't know. You never know. It's always good to like talk to professionals and maybe see. I've been starting lots of hobbies lately. The therapist you see says it's a common ADHD thing. Is it not normal to always be looking for new hobbies? I'm so curious. I always hear like interesting things about people going on medication and then like it's like not being able to see and then wearing glasses. And as I wear glasses, like the idea of something like that happening inside my mind just like makes me so like excited if there's something that could just kind of like, I don't know, make my mind a little bit more organized. Would be like so much better. You learn that a lot of things can be on the spectrum. Yeah. You know, there's always like a lot of like stigma against these things, but it's just like people are so complicated and multifaceted that, you know, I don't think that things should ever be looked at as like a bad thing. If it helps you get more information on it and allows you to process things and manage it better, you know? Looking at ADHD was a big improvement for you. Right? Like, I feel like if you know that it's, like, something that you struggle with, and then you, like, realize that you, like, relate to a lot of these things, I feel like it could be, like, really good to, like, read up on it and, like, hear other people having similar experiences to you and, like, how things could have helped them. It could be, like, so helpful. Make you more focused, but you still feel like you're kind of all over the place. I know one of our friends in the Discord server, we talked about, like, this ADHD medication and stuff like that, and he says that it helps him, like, a lot, especially when he does homework, but it makes him really sleepy. It just sucks that that's, like, a side effect. And it's just, like, tough because it's, like, on one hand, it's, like, it sucks when you can't operate the way that, like, you want to, but I always wonder if it's, like, if there's other ways of operating that might be more helpful. If that makes any sense? Well, I mean, a lot of it tends to fall into, like, work or, like, schooling. The, like, blueprint of how those things work, I feel like can be kind of, it's very unfriendly towards other, like, non-traditional ways, so. I feel like maybe if there were other ways of doing things, maybe things wouldn't be so difficult. Kind of feels like a duh comment, but, you know. You hope you can be more happy this year. It's weird to describe that, but you don't take a roll of time where you felt legit happy. The
Thank
Live
you.
Disciple, welcome in. Do you struggle with anhedonia? Anhedonia is really hard. Happiness is difficult. I think that's why, you know, and like I mentioned earlier, it's always good to have the pursuit of happiness, but it's important to reach that goal from time to time. I feel like it's important to take care of yourself so that you can feel joy. Look for the things that make you feel happy and enriched. Feel this, you felt that same kind of way the last few years? There's different coping mechanisms you use, like writing lists and trying to stay on a schedule and stuff. Hey, that's literally what I do! I have a list on my phone so that I remember things that I do, and I have routine blocks for things that I do in the morning, and I always have to do them in the exact order that I put it in, or otherwise it, like, completely throws me off. It's really hard. If I don't do my routine in, like, the order that I want to, it's very difficult for me to do anything else. And I have a calendar. The calendar helps me a lot, too. Calendars, lists, and journals. Yeah, and I have, like, reminders, too. I have to write things down a whole bunch. I have, like, 15 different ways that I, like, track everything. That kind of sounds like a lot, but I don't know. It just, like, helps me. Yeah. I have, like, my digital calendar. I have my physical calendar. I have a to-do list. And I have a weekly to-do list. And I have the to-do list here. And then I write the stuff that I do. And then I have my... Did I say my Google Calendar? Yeah. You felt content. You felt fulfilled. But it's been a long time since you legit felt happy. Do you feel like you need to feel happy? I feel like... I mean, like, do you feel satisfied? Because I feel like this past year, I don't know. I do feel like I felt legitimately happy. I feel like I felt very content and satisfied the past year, so. What makes you happy is doing things that you like. You create good times. What are the things that you like? What are the things that make you guys happy? Out of curiosity, what things would you describe as things that make you feel happy? So we started doing today for work. It's more helpful to physically write things down, right? That's how I feel. I'm trying to get in the habit of, like, trying to figure out my day, like, before I go to bed. And then it's like I have, for, like, my routine blocks, I have, like, I use Google Keep, so I have, like, notes and check boxes. And I just, like, every time I do things, I, like, check them off, and I try to figure out, like, what I'm doing at what time, and, like, min-maxing my time, and I just keep revisiting it and refiguring out my time all the time. It's always things to do. But I'm also trying to set aside time for me to just not do things too. Because otherwise I get burnt out. And that's no good. This but minus the fulfilled, just content. You learned about Google Reminders. Just take your meds. Did an awesome sparring session yesterday. You felt so proud. That's good. Let me think. Things that make me feel happy. I mean, I feel like a lot of it depends on like what you describe, like, I don't know, what your definition of happiness too. Expired hot chocolate. I hope it's still yummy. Late night voice chat sessions with your West Coast friends are the highlights of your days. For your meds, you take them same time every day, otherwise sometimes you'll forget. Yeah, I make sure to take mine around the same-ish time. Hi, Mike. I never really feel like having like a good, like, talking with friends and catching up with friends makes me happy. I know, like, if I like talk with like my best friend, I know I'm super happy to like talk with her about things. If I eat a really good meal, that makes me happy. I don't know if I'm just like really simple, but that always makes me happy. Or I like doing things for other people a lot of the time too. I'm able to help other people. Looking at my cat makes me happy. I feel very simple that way. Sometimes I look at her and it just makes me feel very happy. Pondering purse makes you happy? Yeah, exactly! Looking at purse just like makes me happy. Sometimes I just look over and I'm just like, life is good. A heartfelt thank you for creating this wonderful community. You have helped us more than you know. Thanks, Mike! What makes you happy is working on your passions. It's very fulfilling. Yeah, I don't know, like, I feel like there's some things that I feel kind of like hand in hand. Like, sometimes feeling fulfilled can in turn make me feel happy, you know? Good songs can make me feel happy, especially like if I'm like gaming and listening to music. Sometimes it's just like, ah, man, this song is so good. It makes me really happy that I'm like really enjoying music. Your happiness is dependent on the VCs. Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes it can kind of like, oh, you worry that your happiness depends on the VCs. Why is that? Your cat makes you super happy? Dude, pets, bro. Pets are the best. Gaming, looking at your furry friends makes you happy? Hell yeah. It's important to have things that make you happy. I think it's important to examine things that make you feel good. Do you guys practice gratitude too? I try to, be as mindful as I can be about things that I'm grateful for. Also, when I journal, I feel like journaling is very important for me to like upkeep my mental health too. I took like a little break, but I felt like my mental health was like a little all over the place. But started up journaling at the beginning of the year. I finished my 30-day prompt and then there was like a little bit of a gap, so that's why I took a break. But started up again. And part of my journaling that I do every day is like I write down things that I'm grateful for. I feel like that really helps a lot. Because then I think about like, I try to think about like simple things that I have that I'm really glad that I have. So, looking at old photos. You don't know what's gratitude? You're gonna search it up? You know, but you really should. I think it's good too. I feel like it helps. I feel like it puts me in like a really good mind space. Because it's like, I'll just like think and I'm just like I'm grateful for like, if it's like a sunny day, I'll be like, you know, like I like how the sun, like, when the sun's like shining, or if the sky's really blue, or like the way that like the sun rays like fall like on the couch sometimes, I just think is like really pretty. So it's just like stuff like that. I'll be like, I'm like, I don't know. I just feel really like, it's just like how it looks. It just makes me happy inside. I'm just like, just like simple things like that, or like if I like slept really well or something, or feel really cozy. Lately, because I've been spending time with my family, I had written in my journal that I feel really grateful to see my family because I know that I can't see them all the time. Especially because I know that there's so many things that like stress them out. So it's like when I am able to see them, I feel glad. And like my purse? Wow. It's your little tail. Anyways, like my little sister is 9, so soon she'll be double digits. So stuff like that was just kind of like, I'm grateful to have the time with her that I do now. You want to get into journaling too? Your therapist recently recommended to you, but you don't know what to write about? You can write about anything. I have a future self journal that I use, and future self journaling is something that's coined by Dr. Nicole LaPera, or the holistic psychologist. Hello, Rico. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. And future self journaling is like a habit changing method of journaling where it's like you have to really like focus on yourself, and if there's like certain things that you want to change, especially when it comes to mindset, I feel like it's very helpful. I would recommend Future Self Journal. That's actually what helped me sort of like improve my like understanding of like my emotions, because I wrote about how like I was like, okay, like I know that like this pattern or like habit that I have is that I tend to get very like overwhelmed, especially in times of conflict. So something that I knew that I wanted to do is like I want to not get overwhelmed. I want to be able to like take a second to just like recollect myself and just kind of like assess like my emotions. And I feel like ever since then, because it works on the idea of like neuroplasticity, and your ability to like learn, it kind of like through this method of like every day like setting aside like 10 to 15 minutes of like journaling and like putting that thought in your head, you establish this new habit. So it's really nice. So I like that. And then I also have another like side journal where I just kind of like write about life whenever I feel like it, or if I just kind of want to like get stuff off my chest, but I'm not gonna hit someone up just to talk about my day necessarily, I guess. Just kind of like random like thoughts to myself, and I don't know. I have like a bunch of other private accounts where I just kind of like scream into the void for like various things. And I also had made like my own Discord server finally, where I can just like image dump a bunch of things, or if there's like, I don't know, stuff that I need to copy and paste. So there's like recipes and like I think like sewing inspiration and like stuff like that. But there's a lot of things you could do. I don't know. There's so many things that you could do with like journaling. So it all depends on like what you want to do. That's the nice thing about journaling, is that you always have that freedom. Just really trying to appreciate everything you have and not take it all for granted. Yeah, I'll journal about stuff. I mean, like a lot of it comes from like my past life experiences too, but I'll journal about stuff like I love having a bathroom where I feel comfortable enough to like have my like bare feet on the floor. Because I have my past two living situations would be like I would wear house slippers around, and then when I would get in the shower, I would step out of my slippers into the shower, and I would only lift my feet to wash my feet, and then when I got out of the shower, I would dry off and then put my feet back in the slippers, because I couldn't handle the idea of my feet touching the ground. But yeah. How are you doing, Rico? Oh no, COVID! Oh man, I'm so sorry. I hope you get better soon. Future self journaling, so you should write to a future version of yourself? No, not necessarily. If you go into the Accountability Buddies channel on Discord, we've talked about it a little bit, but there is a prompt where it's like, it's a self-betterment thing, but yeah. And then I'm sure if you like look it up on the internet, there's probably like some journaling prompts out there too. There's like always like a lot of like question things. You could just start like a gratitude journal too. There's so many things that you could do with journaling. I love it personally. I'm just like a huge fan of journaling. I'd love to do like more journaling stuff, but it's hard with the time commitment, so that's why I enjoy like future self journaling. It's just kind of like one thing that I do. Oh wow, still happy about you moving into a better environment? Oh yeah, totally. The environment that you live has such an impact on everything. It's like nuts. Woke up super early for the test? Okay. Hope you feel better, Rico. Thank you so much to the rain for stopping by. It's too cold? It's very cold. Make sure to take care and bundle up as much as possible. But yeah, were you... You know, again, feel like every single time that I've done these like mental health streams, I always bring up how your mind is just like a garden. But you know, if your environment, if your metaphorical garden is like weather and soil is shit, there's only so much that you can grow in a shitty environment, you know? There's an accountability spot in the Discord. There is. Accountability Buddies is what it is called. It's a fun time. We make threads. We really utilize threads in there. So if there's something you're trying to do like every day or like every week, you can pop in at whatever interval you want to do. If you want a buddy specifically, you can post about having a buddy in there. Or if there's like general, if you're trying to figure out something you want to be held accountable for, you can also just post in the general channel and not in the thread if you'd like. But yeah. And hello, Starchy Socks. What is up? How you doing? But yeah, gratitude journals I think are like really simple, good to do, and so good for your mental health. I think to just kind of like think about things that you feel grateful for. Because I've heard that like a simple gratitude journal prompt, what you can do is just like every day just write like 10 things that you're grateful for. Mentally exhausted from work? Oh no! Kick your feet up. Work is all done? Hopefully you're not at work anymore. Hopefully you can rest. Rest is important. Work is always so hard. You're out of work? Good. Thank goodness. That means it's time to rest and eat and relax. Rest is goog. So goog. It's important. Can't be growing all the time. Oh, you're relaxing with sake? Hot or cold? I remember the first time I had warm sake. So like confused. Tepid? Fair, fair. That's funny. I don't think most people use the word tepid, but I appreciate it. I like the dab. You guys take care of your environment if you can. I feel like that's always something that's important to do. Cultivating a good environment. I feel like a lot of that has to do with the people that are around you. There's only so much you can do sometimes, too. Especially if you live with family. Family environment can be kind of like rough. For a lot of the time, I feel like it's toxic. For the most part, yes. Crazy how Kampai is so similar to other Eastern Cheers phrases. Yeah. It's good to take care. I don't know. I'm just like one of those people where it's just like, can't with everything. There's a bad snowstorm here where you're at, and you found out your building was closed for the day, but you still had to work as teleworking? Oh. I'm sorry. Bummer about snow days not existing anymore. You try to? Includes keeping the house clean and maintenance? Yes. It can be kind of like a lot sometimes, but I think it's like important. I feel like I, over time, began to dedicate more time to caring for my spaces. I enjoy it. Especially having like hardwood floors, I feel like I'm always vacuuming. Probably vacuum after a stream. This purse gets her litter everywhere. But like it's just so, I don't know, maybe I'm just old. But I just feel so satisfied having like a nice clean space. I did a whole bunch of cleaning on New Year's Day. Because I love cleaning. Did a whole bunch of deep vacuuming, pushed all the couches out of the way, got under the couches, and that's really important because purse sheds a lot. Mopped the floors, wiped down the counters, washed some towels, folded them, put them away, some reorganizing. Makes me happy. Makes me feel like the energy in the room is so much nicer. Laundry to get done and vacuum, that's about it. Do some dusting too. Technically we should have dusting like every week. There's so much dust that builds up. I should probably wipe down my desk too. Try to be better about it too. That's why I have like a calendar, because I like to write down on the calendar like how often I do things, so that I'm aware of exactly like how much time. Because sometimes I struggle with like time blindness, where it's just like I have no idea how much time passes. from the last time that I had done something. I need to write down everything I did on New Year's Day too. But it can be like difficult. Hello, and I go. How are you? Music helps us set in the environment too. Gotta have your tunes on. It's true. When I first adopted Purse, I was always playing lo-fi music in the background to help her kind of like relax. She got around to getting a humidifier also. That can be very helpful. Humidifiers and dehumidifiers. Humidifiers are really good when like the air is really dry. I remember when I was younger, when I was sick, my mom would always put a humidifier on in my room. I don't know if that's actually really helpful or not. Thinking back on it. I have like a really small one. It'd be good for like my plants. I got a new plant the other day. Gape? Yeah. Helps with clearing up sinuses? I'm sure, because there's more like moisture in the air. Especially when I had like a runny nose and stuff like that. I feel like my mom would do that. I don't think that my room would be like especially dry or anything. But just something that I remember. At night the air gets pretty dry. I wonder if that's happening to me. Especially if you turn like a heater on and stuff like that, the air can get pretty dry. Sometimes I like wake up and it's just kind of like my eyes feel super dry when I'm waking up. Oh my gosh. I'm a cactus in your house can absorb moisture in the air? Really? I mean, that would make sense. I'm sure cacti are like really good at absorbing moisture in that way. Plant gang hail? Hell yeah, plant gang. My sister went on like a mini vacation with her boyfriend and they went to like a plant place. She's like, should I get this Monstera minima or this Monstera adansoni? And I was like, I want I guess it's adansoni. I was like, I want that one. So she got the minima. I'm not in SoCal. But how cold has it been in SoCal? It's been pretty cold down there, right? I am in the Bay Area, NorCal. Technically like Central California, I guess. Technically, but yeah, NorCal. It is super duper cold. Are you wearing 2 socks? I'm wearing no socks. Slightly chilly in SoCal. What's the weather like? It is 52. Oh, sorry, 51. It updated. 51 degrees right now. What? There's a coast flood advisory. Light rain. Oh, king tide swamp parts of the Bay Area? Ah. That's the reason why there's a coastal flood advisory. That's nuts. 52 shorts weather? What? Oh my gosh. 54 in the area? Oh, so it's colder for me. They consider 4 degrees cold, so it's hard to say. I would say 51 where I'm at right now is cold. I'm cold. Oh yeah. I saw Cal posted snow. That's East Coast. 22 degrees in Michigan! Is it snowing over there? Starchy? Oh my god. I can't handle cold. Yes? Yay! So I guess like Midwest, East area. Probably like Northeast, snowy over there. Crazy, stay warm, guys! Hello, Phoenix. Yesterday was 49. Does it normally not get that cold in SoCal? 51's comfy? Oh my gosh. That's nuts. Might be so cold. How's the snow over there? Wait, what do you mean? Are you talking about like in my green screen background? 23? Oh hell no! 83 where you're at, Nolly? I'd prefer that. That's a little warm, but yeah. Oh, in my area? I'm in California. There's no snow here. 26 degrees? Oh my goodness. Y'all are literally like, hail is literally half the amount of degrees where you're at than like where I'm at. That's nuts. What do you mean, Shishi? You thought I was in Seattle, Vancouver? Yep. I'm in the Bay Area. I'll never see this numbers. I know. Thank goodness. I don't know if I could live. If I lived in an area that had snow, oh my god, I'd never go outside. DC? Oh, it's a K-pop phrase? Oh. Love that freeze temperature in Celsius. Zelo? It's usually hot? Really? In January in SoCal? 23 out here too, that DC weather. Oh my gosh. For you? Man. It's better than the freezer you're living in? Where are you from, Phoenix, if you don't mind? The state or country? Calgary, Alberta? Oh, man. Or I guess I should say province. Yeah, sorry, not state, province. Dang. I just know that's Canada, so you're already very cold up there. Man, I contemplated the idea of living in Canada. Hey, what's housing like in Canada? We were talking a little bit about housing earlier and how it's like really, really expensive. Might as well be Texas? Wait, is Texas freezing too? You Cali dudes get like this spring fall weather this time still? Yeah. Vancouver? Expensive? Yeah. Or Ontario? Not like Vancouver? You love hate this weather, just can't handle the cold in your feet? 2 pairs of socks. I wear socks way more. I just hate being cold, period, so. It's not that bad. Wait, what's Vancouver and Ontario like? But is it bad? Man.
Got a selection of good.
Oh, thank you for the
things on
host, Jen
sale,
Escobar.
stranger.
Time to move to Nova Scotia? What? Y'all serious about what? I'm like a weenie. I've lived in California my entire life. So it's like anything below 60, I am so cold. It's probably like 65 in my room. I don't know. Maybe somewhere in the 60s. But I'm wearing sweatpants. I have this tank top, but I also have this cardigan. And I have a blanket in my lap. Have I been to Milk Tea Lab yet? Oh, sweetie. I used to go to Milk Tea Lab all the time years ago. It's 30 right now in your area of Texas. What? That's ridiculous. 30? So strange. But I guess that makes sense, too. In the same way 50 degrees is freezing, right? I need a poncho to be even warmer, like Pacha. No hot chocolate? I mean, I was thinking about making some before stream, but I was like, I still had a little bit of my coffee left. I have no milk, though. Oh, no. Yes? You didn't even know it could get cold in Texas? Yeah, it snows in Texas. You're not gonna say what you're thinking of saying most in relation to the rest of Canada not exist to y'all? What do you mean? Me lactose intolerant? No. I just like drinking oat milk because it's nice and like thick. Okay, number 1 is so fire? What? From Milk Tea Lab? I don't know. I went there years ago. I don't have the menu memorized. Apparently, oh, I love that, BBH. Apparently it gets cold now in Texas. Love it. Love global warming. I'm getting a milk right now, special alert. Oh my god, Mike, you don't have to come by and drop off milk for me. It's okay. I just have to like look through my fridge and figure out what groceries I need to get, if anything. I have a lot of leftovers, so. Honey roasted milk tea with jelly grass next time I go. Trust? Get it next time I go? Perhaps. We shall see. Hot chocolate sounds good, right? It's the best. How do you guys make hot chocolate? Wouldn't it be global cooling? It's global death. We call it global warming, but basically our atmosphere is getting fucked up, so we're just experiencing the extremes. You wonder how your cousin's handling the weather in Texas? You have a cousin in Texas? The quote had many layers. Use a powder mix with some milk. Do you add anything else to it? I use Swiss Miss with like milk. And I like to add cinnamon and nutmeg. That makes it so much better. Like, quick, easy ways to elevate your hot chocolate. She just moved her after Christmas? Oh, really? Damn, that's super recent. It's probably super cold. Hershey's chocolate syrup, if you need more chocolate. Oh my god. I drank so much hot chocolate last year. I was like starting to break out like hella. Nuts. I was like, fuck. Way too much hot chocolate. So, I get like low sugar, non-sugar hot chocolate anyways. And with like the cinnamon and nutmeg I added. Not gonna lie, I went to NorCal once. Antelope County did not meet expectations. I don't even know where Antelope County is. There's like NorCal, which is like the Bay Area, which is technically, if you look at California as a whole, it is technically the center-ish of California. But we don't tend to acknowledge like upper NorCal, California. They're weird up there. Do I like dark chocolate? I do! It's north of the Bay. I have no idea. North of like Vallejo, Benicia is like, I have no clue what's up there. Like, a lot of the time when people say like real NorCal is like up there, but already missing her buying you food? Oh no. Even on your cappuccino grind this year? It's north of the Bay or work gifted you a holiday package and they gave you some fancy cocoa, almond milk, cocoa mix, cinnamon, shaved some dark chocolate. Ooh, that sounds so good. Dark chocolate on whipped cream. Kind of hurt for your cousins? What do you mean? Hot chocolate's great, but you really enjoy hot cider too? Ooh, you know what? This year, I'd like to try like mead. Or like hot cider. I've never had hot cider. Sounds good. Try Sacro? You mean Sacramento? Like north of Sacramento? I have no clue where that is. Sacramento's probably like the most north of California I'd like ever really been. I wouldn't really go any more north of that. I don't think there's... Oh, actually, that's bullshit. I've totally been in Northern California because I've driven up there to go all the way to Washington and stuff, so. But I mean, like, I've never really, like, explored. That's just, like, drive-by towns. You never been to California despite several invitations? Do you have any interest this year? Real NorCal is where I live? No. I don't live all the way up there. I'm in the Bay. I have to live near cities. I can't live in the middle of nowhere. I have to have places around me. Don't have chocolate wine? It's disgusting? What do you mean chocolate wine? Are you talking about, like, the little, like, wine bottle shaped chocolates that have wine inside of them? Because when I was a kid, I remember my family, when we were, like, in the Philippines, I was, like, super duper craving some chocolate, and I really wanted some chocolate, but the only chocolate we had were those. And I was like, it's fine, I don't care. Worst idea. The wine was really nasty to, like, you know, 10-year-old stuff. Got some meat from family friend this Christmas. You're stoked? I just hear that it's like absolutely amazing and I need to have some. You know? Because we were talking about this on Friday. And I know Toss has meat in his name. And he always comes in and yells meat. And he's been doing that for like years. Which is great and I appreciate him. But he also recommended this place where I could get mead, which I will have to look into eventually getting it. But I remember the name of the place, the advertisement that keeps popping up. That advertises like mead all the time. It's Batch Mead Co. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. I see their advertisements like all the time. I'm always like, I need to try mead eventually. Talking about a bottle of wine that is chocolate drink and alcohol. Oh, that sounds awful. I don't think I would try that. A chocolate drink. You know what? Actually, if it's like a chocolatey drink and there was like Baileys or something in it, I could probably be persuaded. But like any other type of, like if it's not like one of those dessert liquors, I would not. FDA expired chocolate's delicious. I wouldn't imagine that would necessarily be like awful, no. Yo, that's why I hear Renaissance festivals are like lit, is because like the mead there is like amazing. I've never been to a Ren fair, but one of these days. Maybe not this year. Maybe next year. But we shall see. I'd love to experience that. I feel like I'd love it. Yeah, mead.
Got a
I've only heard
selection
that
of
people
good
love it.
things on sale, stranger.
Team Monkey, thank you for the host. Sorry, you meant the expired hot chocolate is delicious? Oh, I mean, yeah. I understand. It's all good. I'm glad it's delicious. The only alcoholic drink you're interested in wanting to try once is Somek. I enjoy Somek.
Thank you.
Somek's yummy. Deanna, thank you so much for giving a sub to the community. I appreciate it. Oh, dear Hunter. Congratulations on your sub. I mean, like, Height is a pretty yummy beer, and I used to drink Somek a fair amount back in the day. Pretty good. Hi, Anthony. Ren Fair is fun. I hear good things about Ren Fairs. But I think a lot of it depends on, you know, like the friends that you're with, too. You mean next year? Probably, hopefully next year for sure, you know? Mead is pretty good, but you can't drink too much of it straight. You usually have to mix it with beer because it's kind of syrupy. I think that's what... Sorry, like half the screen's my blanket. I think, that's what some people were saying, too. Is that sometimes it can be a little too syrupy since it's, like, from honey, and that it can be better if you mix it with other things. But as I've never had it, I have no idea. I'll figure it out when I get it. You know? Those turkey legs at Ren Fairs are amazing. I went to one of the, like, food fairs in, like, many years ago in Orange County. I don't know if it was... I think it was, like, the OC Fair or something like that. But, I had a turkey leg there for the first time. Turkey legs are freaking huge! I don't know if you guys have ever had turkey legs before. But, they were, like, bigger than I thought they were. They're, like, nuts. But turkeys are also gigantic. But it's just, like, nuts how big they are. Crazy, crazy. Try go next year? It's fun dressing up and drinking mead? Maybe. I mean, like, I'll see. It depends on how the COVID situation is next year. But I would love to whenever it is safe to. They're so good. You have? They're nuts. You had a turkey leg at OC Fair too? Nice. Yeah, that was my first and only one. I also had... What was it? Why am I blanking on the name? Mexican corn. Hot sauce. I don't think I did hot sauce though. And cheese. And lime. Elote! Thank you, yes. I had elote in a cup. I love elote. So fucking good. God, you know what I'm craving? Elote mac and cheese. You get very huge, yeah. Feels empowering eating that huge turkey leg. That's so funny. God, why is elote so fire? I just love corn. And I agree with you 100%, John Escobar. Somek is the perfect drink for KBBQ. So good. I like it. Elote is so freaking good. I remember, like, I think I was at Anime Expo when I got elote for the first time. From, like, a cart. I was just like, hot fucking damn. All those years of my life, I never had elote. I've been missing out. Spell their hot. It's okay. You wonder how many calories in that turkey leg? Gotta do a lot of walking around and burn it all off. Elote owns. Elote man honks every day at your street too? Send him over to my street. Claudia loves corn too. You tease her about it, but corn is so yummy. I don't know what it is. Cheese corn at like KBBQ, also amazing. Also like one of my favorites. So good. No, I get over there. Damn it. Corn is top tier vegetable. Do you guys remember that one time when we were tier ranking fruit? So funny. Right up there with potatoes. It's true. Potatoes are pretty ace. I feel like I should buy more potatoes. Because it's like, because I follow all these like food Reddits and they're always like, you know, like eat cheap and healthy and stuff like that. Tonight's dinner. And it's just so easy. You just wash the potato, prick it, and microwave it. And then like you can eat it straight. You throw stuff on it or, you know, I don't know, mash it up. People always talk about that being parboiling. Mash it up, throw some stuff on it, toss it on a baking sheet until they get like kind of crunchy too. So good. How much protein? Potatoes are not a vegetable? Sam Gamgee. Potatoes! So good. You can boil them, you can mash them, you can stick them in a stew. I was thinking the other day about also how I wanted to get them because I'm pretty sure that I have prepackaged the like Japanese curry cubes. So they're starch? Potatoes aren't a vegetable? Aren't they a vegetable? Potatoes are? Don't they just have starch? After a quick Google? Thank you. Very fast Google. I remember when Crows was around and he was talking about, this led to our gamer girl broth conversation, but we were talking about like fruits and stuff and how the fruits and vegetables overlap works. It was a fun time. We are once again talking about food. But now I want corn. Oh wow. What were we talking about? Mead? What were we talking about before that? No, we don't have to talk about that again. This has nothing to do with mental health. The weather? God. Potatoes are kind of a vegetable, like the starchiest no carb-filled vegetable. Starchy vegetable category. We were talking about the weather. I feel really boring, like talking about the weather. Starchy like your name? True. But the weather is like, what do you guys think of small talk? Like if you're at the register. The weather is like my go-to fucking small talk. I'll talk to anyone about the weather. Not like there's anything wrong with it, but I also kind of like internally I'm like, man, I can't believe I'm like that person that will like easily talk about the weather. It's hard to small talk. Oh my god. I feel like working in retail helped me develop small talk skills. Like, so how's your day going? Doing anything fun? Doing errands? You love small talk? Oh my god. I feel like I know more people that abhor small talk, where they just like hate it. I'm like, it's easy, casual conversation. How's your day going? How's the weather outside? Talking a lot helps improve social skills. Well, it's a good thing this category is just chatting. But, you know, talking is a skill. So the more you talk, the better you get at it. Yeah, right? Like, I feel like a ton of people hate small talk, too. I always see these memes on the internet where people are like, let's not talk about small talk. Let's talk about, like, deep conversations, etc. So, I was like, I feel like deep conversations are reserved for people that I, like, trust, though. You don't talk in Lyft rides? I mean, like, I don't talk during my Uber rides, too. But done retail customer service for 4 years? Yeah, I was in it for 5, so. You love small talk, too? You perfected during your years as a tour guide? I feel like it's a good social skill to have. I feel like it's nice. You're indifferent about it? I feel like indifference is probably the best. Because I just feel like, because, you know, like, sometimes if you're sitting there feeling awkward, sometimes it's nice to just have, like, a little bit of conversation instead of just two people sitting there awkwardly. Or standing, or whatever it is that you're doing. You can't have small talk with your friends without them talking shit? Why? Your friends sound so mean. Small talk is like what we do on the stream sometimes. When I start a stream, I'm like, oh, hey guys, how you guys doing? How's everyone's day? And then sometimes we'll get into like really deep conversations. And those are fun. The question is, what are we supposed to talk about? Yeah, that's the thing too. Well, and like what's hard too is like when you run into people that are like, if people don't like small talk and you're like, okay, well then what do you want to talk about? And they're like, I don't know. It's always so annoying. depends on delivery. I feel like a lot of it can kind of depend on delivery too, but that's why it's like a communication, like social skill too. Like small talk, because you feel like it makes it easier to ease into heavier topics later on. Yeah. I mean, like, it's definitely like a social, like, communication, interpersonal skill to be able to like talk with people and make them feel like comfortable and like dissipate like tension. It is definitely starchy socks at the point. It's also, it depends on the person too, because if you're like, oh hey, like, how you doing? Feel like shit, want to go home. You're like, oh, cool. If people do stuff like that, I get irritated if it's like, if I'm trying to like be nice and just kind of like small talk and people like kind of shut things down. I'm just kind of like, okay. Sometimes I like lean into the awkward situation where it's just kind of like I'm now maliciously going to make the conversation awkward. So I'm like, you could just say like, doing well, how are you? And I'll be like, hanging in there. And I don't know. We could end the conversation there, or if you seem like you're wanting to talk a little bit more, I don't know. This is all interpersonal skills too. The only way you can make them talk a lot is with video games? How do you get to know them? It's like people. Video games is something that if that's okay, so this is why like TwitchCon was like so amazing for me, and like E3 especially, because it was like I was standing in line for like long amounts of time at E3, right? And it was just like booth people, anyone that I talked to at all, it was like, we're at a video game convention, which means we could small talk about video games. Small talk forever about video games. I feel like if someone plays a lot of video games, I feel like if you drop me in a room with him, I could talk to him about anything. We could find something to talk about. Both show. Yeah. Totally. People use small talk to be fake interested in what you got going on. I think that's when small talk is like really shitty. If people like small talk you to get you talking because they actually want to talk about something else. Versus like people that small talk to just kind of like make you feel a little bit more comfortable and just kind of, you know. You'll compliment something person's wearing, ask them what they've been up to lately. Yeah. I mean, and it's just like, I don't like small talk like everyone necessarily too. I remember like if I'm at the register and I'm like, they're getting a fair amount of things or something, you know, like it depends. Like if it's a lot and I'm like busy, sometimes I'll focus on working and then they'll be like scrolling on their phone or whatever. But if it's, you know, like if they're only buying like one, like a couple things probably actually. I don't know. God, it's been so long. I bring up so many people. But it's just kind of like every so often I kind of be like, you know, if they're friendly looking too, because if someone looks hella mean or disinterested or if they're busy on their phone, like you're not going to try small talking with them too. You went to a Comic-Con, was completely fine talking to people and your friend was like, I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, that was what I used to find fun about conventions, was just like meeting people and just being able to talk to people about like a lot of things. But I've fallen out of the scene so much and I just don't have an interest in it as much as I used to, so it's like, I feel like video game conventions are kind of like where I feel most at home. You could definitely talk about video games, comics, and movies all day. That's why you love going to cons and stuff. It's just, man, you know, it's so fun. But I'm not like as big into like comics and movies. Only certain movies. Video games are like where I feel most comfortable because it's like most like pop culture things. So I'm just, it all goes over my head. I feel like people talk a lot in airports. I remember like one of the last times I flew, this random ass lady came up to me. I think she complimented my bag. My bag is like reflective, so it starts a lot of conversation. Not sure how I feel about that. I do like my bag, but sometimes I don't want to talk to people. But yeah, I definitely had that. My tactic a lot of the time when I'm going out in public and where I have to wait is like headphones and just ignoring people. Being busy. If you're on call too, people are less likely to talk to you because you're already talking to someone else. If you came up to me explaining Deadpool's backstory, would I be annoyed? I mean, it depends. If I knew it was you, I mean, like, I wouldn't mind. But if like a random person just came up to me and started saying something to me, it's just kind of like, I'd probably get annoyed if like some random person started doing something like that to me because it'd be like, this is not how I want to spend my time. You know? People try to kill time any way they can at airports. Yeah. We had to help this Indian couple find their flight across the airport. You had no idea why people just start. There's like a so like if people come up to you, for directions, it's because you look approachable. That's the thing. Like people will approach people they think are approachable if people come up and talk to you. So you're one of those people that will randomly start a conversation at an airport. If people are friendly, like I'll talk back with them. I have like no issue talking with like strangers necessarily, you know, but it just kind of like depends on like the conversation and everything. Because the lady that I was talking to was like, I don't remember what it was. I feel pretty certain she was drunk, but I don't remember what it was that gave me that feeling. I don't know how you look, so you're gonna surprise me at a con with random comic lore, and then you're gonna say who you are afterwards? Oh my god. Well, now that you've told me, if someone comes up to me with random comic lore, I'm gonna be like, is that Baker? Now I know. We'll see. But I feel like I'm generally... I feel like it sounds bad, but I feel like I'm fairly receptive if people were to come up to me and just start interacting. I feel like I'm more inclined to be like friendly than not. But it depends on the vibe that I get from the person, of course. If you had a missionary talk to you, you had no idea what to talk about, oh god. Yeah, if someone's trying to shill something to me, I'd be like, sorry, I'm not interested. You remember you had a weird convo with this old couple saying that you should meet their granddaughter? Wait, how was it 2 hours? That's nuts. You can see the eye rolls now. Oh no. You're not even Christian? I mean, did you just tell them that you weren't like interested? I just feel like the best thing to do is just kind of to be straightforward. Just kind of be like, sorry, I'm not interested. And just do your own thing. If possible. But it's the worst if people don't get the hint. Just pestering you. Just outright ask them. I'm not interested, leave me alone. Flight back to LA from Mexico? Really? Was it a 2-hour flight? Oh my god. That is so weird. I'm so sorry. I feel like at that point it's like, pretend to be like asleep or something. As someone with social anxiety and the social skills of a sloth, small talk's your worst nightmare. Oh no! I'm so sorry. I feel like for me, because I understand social anxiety because I can't stand walking up to strangers. So it's like if I wind up in a social situation, I feel like it's like where I've diverged is like the opposite. Because it's like I feel like I experience like social anxiety. If I don't know people, I'm like, I'm gonna go in a corner and just hang out on my phone or something. Or talk to people that I know and just, I don't know how to mingle with people. But if I feel like more comfortable, I feel like it's my job to talk with people who feel socially uncomfortable sometimes. If they have like anxiety and like I can tell, I like to small talk to them to like get them to be more comfortable. Give them like conversations, like ask questions and be like engaging and try to find points to relate on. You want to move seats but there are no more seats? I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Starchy socks. Assert your dominance. You're all talking about random stuff with random people because you're all about learning new things. So if they bring up a topic you know nothing about, usually ask them to explain. Yeah. The professional icebreaker. Sometimes I feel like a lot of the time, like, ice just kind of needs to be, like, broken. So it's just kind of like... It's like, the worst when, like, there's, like, so many people and no one wants to, like, talk and no one knows how to, like, get the conversation going. I feel like that can be kind of hard. Because then I feel, like, inclined where I'm kind of like, okay, let me step in and be like, okay, this is what we have to do. Like, we're all... I get a very, like, we're all in the same boat mentality. And I'm like, well, let me get this boat off the ground. And usually that'll kind of, like, help incline some people. And then, yeah, and I feel like in group projects, it's, like, kind of helps figure out who's going to do work and who doesn't work. What? What am I talking about? Farting is an icebreaker? Who doesn't like a good fart? It depends. If you're stinky, no one doesn't. Like, no one likes a stinky fart. Like a room full of introverts? Oh my god. Because I'm an extrovert, but I can be kind of shy. But I love talking with people. So if I'm in a place with, like, shy introverts, it's like, I feel like that's, like, my element. I love talking. That sounds so mean. I love talking to introverts. they probably get tired of me very quickly. A lot of my, like, close friends, I feel like all of my best friends an introvert, sister's an introvert. Feels so evil. But I feel like I'm generally, like, respectful of their time and stuff. It's just, like, I know that, I don't know. I'll get people working together if I have to as best I can. Bro, if I'm first meeting someone and they toot, you're walking away. Bro, everyone toots, though. But it depends. Get them out of their shell at their pace. I'm a bully to introverts? Bad. Just kidding. You wanna know how I would start a convo with you now that I know you? What do you mean? We have conversations like every day. Shaking people, talk to me! Conversate with me! No. You're an introvert! Look, you're talking to me! I feel me bully never right. Ah, CPBH knows me. Got my back. You're an introvert, see? Fake news. You're fake news. Get out of here. A lot of people you work with are kind of introverted. Introverted or shy. You find joy making them talk to you about things and seeing how weirdly uncomfortable they can get. Oh no. I just like making people feel comfortable. Like, if people, like, it's like mostly like shy people, but if people are introverted, I mean, like, I can respect your energy flow. I just love hanging out with people. I feel like a dog. You like to go out, you used to be really shy, now you're quiet by choice. I feel that. I feel like I can be kind of like reserved, but it depends. If I'm with, like, if I'm comfortable and, like, with friends and stuff, because, like, being in social situations where I'm comfortable makes me really excited. That's why I'm like a dog. I feel like I could be kind of, like, I was thinking of saying, like, chill and well-behaved, but I guess when I'm with a lot of people, I tend to get more and more excited, so then I'm like that dog that's, like, running around saying hello to people and stuff. Dogs can be really friendly to strangers, though. That's not me. If people are like shy and uncomfortable, I like to try to make them comfortable. Oh my god, me jumping on people and licking them like an actual dog? Hell nah. You welcome my ice-breaking sorcery? I just really want people to be comfortable, like, as much as possible. I feel sad if people are uncomfortable and we're like hanging out. I'm just kind of like, hey, how you doing? You okay? You need anything? What can I do for you? What's on your mind, you know? That's how I feel. Small groups is always the best. If you have a big group, the thing is too, if you have a big group, that big group is gonna break into small groups anyway. Realistically. You cannot feasibly have a conversation with like 10 people and expect everyone to be all heard at the same time. You're gonna break up into, like, realistically 2 or 3 groups of like 2 to 3 people. Or, you know, 3 to 4 or whatever the hell. Maybe instead of talking, we can do patty cake? Yeah. I'm like, man, I just feel like I always need people to be comfortable. I don't know. This relates back to what we were talking about being like the party mama. Yeah, oh my god, if I see someone being left out, I'm like, hey! I'm the person that goes and gets, once I make everyone else okay, I get the stragglers. I go after the stragglers. Hey, are you okay over there? Do you want to join us? I'll extend the invitation. I'm not gonna make you feel pressure to join, but I'm gonna be like, hey. Or if you're the person that's like, I try my best to be courteous. So for the most part, if someone's being like talked over too, more and more I've become the person that's like, wait, hold on, this person was talking, can you let them finish? I've become more like them. Small groups are easier to handle. It's just so much better for people to be heard, you know? If there's too many people, you end up spreading yourself too thin and not having as many meaningful conversations. Yeah. It's hard like if you have to bounce around, because you can't stay long enough to have like solid, feasible conversations too, you know. Just start singing to them. God, that'd be so uncomfortable if you just start singing. This song, I don't know. Do you feel like hailing people over like that is uncomfortable? Well, I mean, like, I wouldn't, like, yell across the room, but if I'm, like, at a party and, like, someone's kind of, like, sitting by themselves and I'm not sure, I mean, like, I would sidle over to them. I'd be like, oh, I'll be right back, and then I would go check on them. If they're just kind of, like, sitting and hanging out. Or it's more so, like, I mean, it's, I feel like I've probably done a little bit of both. If I see someone, like, sitting across the room, and they're, like, invested in what's going on across the room, but they're not sitting with us, I'll be like, hey, do you want to come, like, sit closer? Do you want to join? Because it's, like, it's usually, if people are like that, I'm not gonna, like, if someone's on their phone, I'm not gonna be like, yo, you want to come sit over here with us? Because I feel like they're doing something, you know? But if they're, like, it's usually when people are, like, outside of, like, what's going on, but they're, like, interested to see what's going on. You know, like, if someone's being funny, you know? Because I'm not the funny person. So, if funny person's doing their funny thing, and then, like, someone across the room is, like, invested in, like, the situation, I'll be like, oh, do you want to, like, come sit over here? And I'll find them a fucking seat. I'll be like, you can come sit over here. You'll be closer. But, yeah. The Halo theme while meowing? Why? I have the cat ears. Maybe next week we'll play Halo. We'll see. But yeah, it depends. Social situations. I don't know. That's something that interacting with people that I didn't know or wasn't super familiar with was like a big thing when I was younger. I do like interacting with people. I'm dialing back on it though. Especially with this Cameron Talmick. I like honing social skills. This week there's gonna be samurai armor. I don't need samurai armor. I need cat ears. And a maid outfit. That's my master chief. I feel like in life, I will always want to work on my social skills and my communication skills. And my mental toolbox. It's like my trifecta. I feel like that's always very important. I don't want Sakura blossoms? You mean cherry blossoms? Or Sakura? And you're Riz? What? What do you mean? What does the effects do? Each time you take a step. I feel like I'm being kidnapped! What do you mean? Oh, I had no idea, Baker. You learned something new. Cherry blossoms come out of your feet. That's interesting. I feel like that would affect the frame rate of the game. That's interesting though. Looks cool though? It's okay. I don't have money for that. I'm saving my money for other things. What else? What are you gonna do? You're gonna call 343 from maid armor? Bro, if you could make that happen, I'd be so happy. That'd be dope. If oh yeah. Do we have anything else we want to discuss? By the way, for mental health and whatnot. communication and stuff falls with it. Would I prefer maid or cat themed armor? I prefer maid themed armor. Maid themed armor with cat ears. Just like that picture. That picture is the pinnacle of how I want my Master Chief to look. I think that'd be like the best. Cat themed is like, okay. It makes me think of like Catwoman. Or that chick from Durarara. Selly? I never watched that show. I don't know. What do I want to talk about? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Maid layered armor in Monster Hunter Worlds? I feel like there probably is. I'm not sure. Just checking in with if there was any mental health topics that we had wanted to discuss. Today's been a chill day of mental health. The emotions talk earlier was really good. But I just figured a nice chill stream back would be good. Yeah. Because if we've covered all topics today, I will, per the usual fashion of how our mental health Mondays have gone, I would probably wrap up a little bit earlier, since that's what I have tended to do. Resolutions. What else? I feel like I listed like a whole bunch of things that I was like, oh, we could talk about these. What did I say? How we feel about the year, I guess. How we felt about the holiday season. Resolutions. Oh. No worries. I can do that. How to deal with jealousy? That's a good question. I don't think we really talked about, like, jealousy. I feel like I touched on it a little bit with, like, when I talked about how a lot of, like, my issues stem from, like, my feelings of inadequacy and, like, comparison and stuff like that. It's very adjacent to jealousy, but we haven't talked about jealousy itself. Jealousy comes up in, like, so many different forms, too. Do you have a specific flavor of jealousy specifically that you're curious about, like, managing? Jealousy, I feel like a lot of times stems from, like, insecurity. And insecurity is a very difficult thing to deal with. Because it's a situation that I feel like a lot of people could contribute to as well. If that makes sense. Like if your crush likes your friend over you or something like that, I feel like that's like situations like that I feel like is difficult. In the scope of like romance, I feel like because we live in a very like I feel like society is very like romantic about romance. Welcome back, Hale. Because it's like sometimes you can build like resentment towards your friend because of it. It's difficult. Stuff like that. Jealousy was involved in your last relationship. It happens a lot. It's hard. It's part of life. It's just like I feel like, you know, like these things happen and it sucks, but it's just like anything, like your emotions inform you and it's up to you to decide if it will dictate like your behaviors. Like if you would let this is where like boundaries I feel gets like very important, because it's like if your crush likes your friend over you, it's like how do you know this? Like I don't know. Things like that are hard because I feel like some of the best things that you could do would be to like I feel like distance is probably one of the things, because it's gonna be like a hard thing where it's like the solution would be to like not have that crush. if your crush likes your friend, because you can't force your crush to like you back if they like someone else. You can't be like, undo your feelings and like me instead. Like, figure out ways to just like, because a lot of it has to deal with like you are crushing on them and they are not reciprocating. So I feel like the solution on your end as the person having the crush would be to just no longer have the crush. I feel like that's probably like the best way to the optimal situation, not necessarily the best, but I feel like that's something that would be a little bit more optimal, because it's like it would only cause more pain for you in the long run to keep nurturing your crush and hold out hope. You know, just for it to watch me have to accept. I feel like you have no choice but to accept. This is the thing too. Like if someone doesn't have feelings for you, like it's rough, but you can't force people to feel certain things. And you know, dealing with jealousy, I feel like one of the biggest things with jealousy is that people can lash out and, you know, act disrespectfully towards other people, or like, you know, just act with the intent to like hurt other people because they're feeling, you know, like jealous. And that's something that I think is really not okay. Like, it sucks, but it's worse when you hurt people over your own hurt feelings. And I feel like one of the best things that you can do is just work towards your own preservation of your emotional state. Like these things happen, it's hard. Communication and this sort of thing is like really important too, because it's like you have the avenue of like, does your crush know? Have you confessed to your crush? Like, because like I feel like these situations are like, it's hard to suffer in silence. So I feel like maybe it'd be a little bit easier, like if all parties are aware of where all like feelings like lie, it might be a little bit easier to digest, because like it could be hard with jealousy if there's like if people's feelings are being hurt without people being aware of them too, you know, it could be hard, because it's like if your crush doesn't know that you have feelings for them and they confide in you that they have feelings for your friend, that could be really difficult, you know. So you accept it and move on. Yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, I feel like you kind of, if someone doesn't reciprocate feelings for you, you have, like I said, like you can't force them to like you back. I feel like the only option you truly have is to move. It's either denial or move on. Because you can't like, I don't think that it's ever good to force someone to have feelings for you back. You know, it just feels very like inorganic, you know. Would I say it's good to cut out your crush out of your life even though they still talk to you? I mean, I think generally, simply put, yes. It's complicated. Like, in this situation, are you talking about like in this situation of if you have a crush with someone, a crush on someone, but they like your friend? I feel like in the long run, if you still have romantic feelings, I think it's important to try to manage that as best you can. I do think friendship can very much be possible. It's hard because a lot of it depends. Like transitioning like to friendship can be difficult if you still have like romantic feelings. Because it's like because the thing is that like if you still have feelings on your crush and you guys like still talk and like they talk to you and stuff, like does it hurt more in the long run to talk to them? Or like do you feel like you can comfortably transition to friends and let your feelings fade? Yeah, like a lot of the time it's important to have like a break in order for you to kind of like get your feelings sorted, etc. It's difficult for a lot of people to do, to my understanding, of course, generally speaking. It tends to be healthier because your brain, you know, you can mentally transition out of that state. So it causes less emotional stress. But yeah, you prioritize your mental health. I do think it's important. It gets awkward talking to them. You always have to sneak away. because it's hard, and it's like, I don't think that it's like, you know, you're to blame, and it's not necessarily their fault. It's just the type of like, it's an unfortunate situation, but it's like, I do think that it's good to prioritize your mental health, you know. But hand in hand with that, I think that prioritizing your mental health should also come hand in hand with also communicating well as well. Because if it's painful to talk with someone, you know, like I always say, you're responsible for your emotions, you're responsible for your behaviors. And if it's like difficult, you have to do what you can do to preserve yourself, and you know, it's not fair to yourself to expose yourself to pain if you're feeling that, you know. You distance yourself to avoid getting hurt more and come back fresh and accept the situation, even if it's a tough pill to swallow. Yeah, because I feel like that's best for everyone, and a lot of the time too is like, because at that point it's like, if you care about your crush as a person and not just having them as someone to date, I feel like that's best case scenario, is like you take the time that you need to in order to sort yourself out and be able to accept the reality of the situation, respect their feelings and respect their wishes. And if you value them as a person, you could still come back and still have friendship. And it can be tough knowing that friendship is all you have, but if you value them as a person, you know, and who they are, then the friendship should still be good, right? Because the value of a person isn't necessarily what you have from them romantically, because all that you have in romance is, you know, that's the thing too. Hello, Randall, also welcome in. Because it's like, I'm also a firm believer in like, because like my friendship with like my best friend, I always like go back to, is just like, you can have so much like vulnerability and like the sense of like emotional intimacy with someone who's a really close friend, but it can still also like not necessarily be romantic too. You know, like your closest, bestest friends, you can confide in them the way that you would with like a romantic partner, but not necessarily be like romantic with them. But I know that it's also really difficult because having romantic relationships is also just like different. So it's, I feel like it can be kind of like hard, but for the most part, it's like, generally speaking in these terms, I feel like if what you value from them is who they are as a person, you don't necessarily have to lose them if things don't work out romantically, like if they don't like you back. But it's tricky. Hopefully that makes sense. The most important thing, I think, is just, because jealousy happens, is just making sure that you don't act like childishly because of it. Because I feel like, especially like the older you are, the less, no one appreciates it, you know, where it's just kind of like, that's a hard thing too. This is the thing where you ask yourself, why am I not good enough? You put yourself into a deeper slump? Oh, don't do that to yourself. I feel like that's the hardest thing about like rejection and relationships and stuff, is like when you feel like things don't work out, you put the blame all on yourself. And I personally think that's so unfair. It makes me sad, but it's something that so many people do, because the thing is that like in situations like that, hopefully, you know, like, oh, I'm sorry, Randall, no worries, yeah, pick your feet up. Totally fine. Hopefully the rest of your day could be better. But yeah, it's hard when you put yourself into like, why am I not good enough mindset. It's just kind of like crippling. It makes me sad. But I mean, like, I understand, because it's a place that I put myself like, a lot as well. But like, because the real root of the problem is not that like you aren't good enough or anything. And I feel like it's really detrimental to ask yourself that question, because by asking yourself that question, you are already accepting the assumption that you are not good enough. And the thing is that it's not that you aren't good enough, you know, you're perfectly fine the way that you are. And mismatches in relationships aren't like a thing where it's like, if you are you know, the way relationships work isn't like you have to be a good enough person to like earn a relationship. Some people just like work together and some people don't, is the reality of the situation. But it's hard because it's like you feel like if you were different that it would work. Aw, thanks, Randall. relationships are tricky in that way. But that's why I also believe that, like, the right people won't have you feeling that way too. If it doesn't work with someone and you feel like you aren't good enough, that isn't the type of person that you want to be with anyway. The ideal situation is to be with someone who values you and makes you feel like everything that you are and everything that you have is exactly right and good. That is, like, the ideal and where you want to be. Because the thing is, too, is that, like, you can also be in a relationship and still ask yourself that question. That's the worst. I hope you guys are okay. Even if I don't know you guys personally or anything, I hope you guys understand that the way you are is enough. If it happens repeatedly and the constant factor is you, then it may just be you. I was just having this conversation with another one of my friends the other day. But it isn't, what did I say? It was, what I had told him too is that, like, but the thing is that, like, it's not, it only hurts yourself in the end if you look at it as, like, the cause, like, the root of the situation. Even if you're, like, sure, you might be the common denominator, but that's because it's, like, it's your life. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're, like, the cause of it, you know? You've been trying your best to avoid her, but she always ends up talking to you, like, in person or something. The situation was 2 years ago, so you're good now. I'm glad that you're good now. I hope so. That's why it's important to, like, recognize, like, your self-worth too. Like, the factor, like, the factor isn't that, like, it's you. You know, like, it takes, you know, I don't know. It's hard because it's, like, you know, relationships are a two-way street, and, you know, some things, like, don't work out, etc. But it's just kind of, like, sometimes the fit just doesn't fit, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're bad, you know? Like, just because two puzzle pieces don't fit together doesn't mean that one puzzle piece is bad. It just means that they didn't, it's just a fact that they don't fit, if that makes sense, you know? In person, sometimes see her on the weekends. Oh, I see. Is there, I mean, is there, like, a friend or something that is the reason why you guys see each other, or? Hello, Genta. 2022 first stream, yeah. We're doing mental health stuff. Woohoo! Just kind of chatting and hanging out. We're on very good terms. That's good. Do you guys have any, like, advice? Like, what do you guys do if you are faced with feeling like you are a common denominator? I always try to, like, fight against that because I feel like if it just, like, hurts, I try to look for ways that it can be solved. Welcome back, Chi-Chi. I have played Persona 5. That game definitely talks about a lot of interesting things. You don't have advice because you're still dealing with it yourself? I understand. I'm curious what other people have to say. I try to offer advice for, like, friends and stuff like that. Because I dealt with that a lot as well growing up. Like, common denominator as in, we're talking about, like, relationships and stuff, and, like, it was first brought up with, like, jealousy. Like, if you have a crush on someone, but they have, like, a crush on, like, let's say your friend. And if that sort of thing just kind of keeps happening, and you just kind of feel like people that you like never like you back. The constant factor is you. Then it might be that you're the problem. And I was like, the idea of, like, a common denominator was the term that my friend had used when I was talking to my friend about it the other day, but yeah. So just kind of, like, advice for feeling like you're, because I don't believe that it's, like, necessarily, like, you who you are is, like, a person. I feel like maybe it's just kind of, like, the people that you're looking at maybe just, like, aren't the right types of people. It could be, because I feel like the right people are the ones that like you back. So you always text your friend to go out to eat sometimes on weekends, but sometimes brings her. Does he let you know that he brings her? Does he ask? I feel like that's kind of on your friend. I feel like if you ask someone to go eat, they shouldn't be inviting other people unless it's like cleared with you, you know? Does your friend know that you're like uncomfortable with it? So good. I don't know if I'm waiting for people to type back or not. What his friend does, Mike? I feel like it is like inconsiderate, depending. Unless it's like a couple or something with implied. He sometimes says, "Is it cool if I bring my girl?" And I always have to tell him it's super awkward when he brings her, but he still ends up bringing her. Have you ever told him explicitly no? I mean, I'd agree with Mike, where I feel like I feel like it's just kind of like a dick move. Like, I feel like if you tell your friend that like it's super awkward, then I feel like your friend should understand, like, if they don't want to make you feel awkward, that they don't. But and it seems like your friend like knows what the situation is, so I don't know why your friend is still bringing her around, unless he just doesn't care about your feelings. And then I feel like that's kind of like fucked up. Like, I feel like if you really don't want this to happen, I feel like you gotta put some boundaries down where it's like, hey, like, I love getting food with you, and like, no offense to your girl, but I'm still kind of going through some things. I don't know if your friend, I mean, like, your friend knows, right? So I'd kind of be like, when I invite you out to eat, I need her not to be there. But if you, like, if that's something that can't work, then we can't eat, then just stop inviting them out to eat would be the thing, unfortunately. So yeah, his answer is that it's up to you to try and appeal or care for the person you like, so they'll eventually feel the same. But it's definitely easier to say. You know, it's not that easy. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like you could try to get to know them more. I mean, like, it depends, because it's like, it depends too. It's like, because if they have a crush on someone else, I feel like it's good to be respectful of how they feel. I don't know. It's kind of hard because it's like, if they have a crush on someone else, I feel like it's important to respect their feelings. And just kind of like be there and be a good friend, and if it happens, it happens. But I feel like also, I mean, like, if you've confessed and they, you know, like, if you've been turned down, then I feel like it's important to respect that too. But if it's like you don't know if someone likes you back or not, I feel like the only thing you can really do is just try to be a good friend with them. And because but I mean, like, for me, I'm team like, if it happens, it happens. So someone dealing with it yourself, but I guess the best thing you can say is focus more on self-improvement and everything else will fall into place. That's kind of like my philosophy, I guess, on it all. Is I'm very much like, I don't think romance is something that should necessarily be focused on / pursued as much as possible, because I feel like it's always better if it can fall into place. But I mean, like, there are dating apps to help if you are like, I want to date someone. It can be good to find people to date too, you know. It's complicated. There's been a couple times I've been debating cutting them out since the 5th grade. I mean,
thank you.
Chris, thank you for the follow. If you feel like they aren't a good friend, you have every right to cut them out, you know? Maybe you just don't want to tell her no. Sometimes people want to be that guy. I can understand, but it's important for you to put your foot down, too. If they don't feel the same after true and genuine with them, it's not going to work regardless. 100%. No, yeah. definitely, like, do not force yourself on another person. You can't force other people to like you back, too. You don't focus too much on it. There are other things you focus on. I think it's good to focus on other things. And just kind of, like, keep yourself in check, you know? The awkward silent crush guy, don't do that. Most girls think you're a creep. You speak from experience. Hello, Ryan. Gotta just risk it, put it out there. Yeah, dating and stuff can be kind of, like, complicated. It's hard. And, you know, it kind of goes, like, hand in hand with, like, communication and stuff, too. Yeah. I mean, it's good to be different from, like, how you were when you were younger, because that means that you've changed and grown and become a different person. I feel like there's nothing... I feel like when people are able to be, like, upfront about their feelings and confess that they have... Like, if you have a crush on someone, I think it's always more admirable if you're... Of course, a lot of it depends on, like, how you go about it, but I think that it's always a lot more admirable if you're upfront about it, being like, hey, I don't know, like, this is something that I've been thinking about for a while, but I figured I'd be upfront with you, and I figured it wouldn't hurt. But a lot of it depends on, like, how you are as a person, too, because sometimes people are assholes if you, like, confess to them. But for me personally, I think that, like, you know, I think that it's always good to be empathetic if people are confessing their feelings. And I think it's always admirable if people can gather up the courage, because it is very scary to put yourself out there and be vulnerable to someone and confess your feelings. But, you know, so it's so complicated because everyone's different. But I think that it's always good to be respectful when people are being vulnerable and putting themselves out there, and that people are feeling safe enough to, you know, it's just... And if the person you're confessing to, does that make you feel like you can comfortably confess to them? Like, if they're, like, the type of person that would, like, laugh in your face, too, it's just very, like, they're not the type of person you would want to be with anyways. The person you want to be in a relationship with should be someone that makes you feel safe. So, Riora, what made you confess? Wait, I want to hear more about that. Now I'm curious. The Tyler Durden version of yourself? That's funny. And, hello, Ryan. We're just hanging out. We've turned into a little bit... I was always wondering. I was like, I feel like these mental health conversations could also go a little bit into relationships and stuff. This is always very complicated. Hello, Crosscore. Happy New Year. Doing well. How are you? And no one has ever found love without being a little brave. Yeah, I mean, like, relationships are... You have to risk opening yourself up and being a little vulnerable to people at some point, you know? Hello again, Mig. Hello, Soggy. This is going good. How are you? Hearing this, Vaga, you're blocking their numbers? It can be difficult. I feel like the past couple of years, I feel like the philosophy that has shaped for myself moving on is just like, I'm trying to be more critical about the people that I give my time and energy to, because there's so many people in this world, and I think it's really important to find people who value, you know, your time and respect you and want what's best for you. You know, you want friends who won't drag your life down. Otherwise, what's the point? Like, sure, you can have fun times, but if they're going to intentionally hurt you or betray you, what's the point? Because there are people in the world that will treat you the way you deserve. Ate lentils for Din Din. Doing right, doing well. Took the baby to get her 2-month shot, and she was mega brave. Aww. That's good. That's the best. 2 months is rough. Do you have a regular sleeping schedule? I hear that, like, the first couple months are really rough because you're hardly sleeping, so. You laugh at how much you've become like your father, not necessarily a bad thing. It happens. You just, you know, take what you can and improve what you can. 100% the kind of organize your thoughts via talking out loud. Being upfront helps clarify things not only for other people but yourself. Yeah. Hello, Allie Days. Everyone is different, and that's why it's important to figure out what works best for you. Because not things that work for other people aren't always going to work best for you, and that's why figuring yourself out and finding out what works best for you is always the best. In my past relationships, was I the one getting pursued or was I the pursuer? I feel like they were mostly 50-50, I guess. You know? Some people just drain you. It's crazy. And it's really important to be critical of your relationships too, friendships and stuff like that, to see how you, like, observe how you feel after you hang out. Do you feel tired or do you feel excited? You have to figure out, you know, not everyone deserves you. You have to wake up every 3 hours. Ugh. I am so sorry. Just my better was a little hard in that regard. I totally understand. Dang, I'm so sorry. Hopefully, you'll be able to get longer sleeps. Thank you for hanging out, Chi Chi. See you next time. I was gonna say, Mike knows. Mike also has a kid. Only one, but I'm sure, you know, once you have a kid, you understand how crazy those... I always hear about it, how crazy those first couple months are when you have a kid. It's just like nuts. Oh no, I should have turned off Wumbo. I don't have a Wumbo for the screen. But yeah, my past relationships, it's kind of like difficult because I don't know, I just got lucky. In high school, I remember being interested in someone. My first ever relationship. Oftentimes growing up, I felt like I had crushes on people who didn't like me back. People would make fun of me to my face. I felt very like just like unattractive, and I always wondered what was wrong with me. I struggled with that a lot when I was younger. And I didn't understand how people could be in relationships, and I felt like I was just an undesirable person. So when I was in my first relationship, it was very impactful for me because it was proof that someone found me attractive back. So that changed my life, you know? Analog Wumbo, just bring the camera closer. Cut out negatives in your life. I think it's important. I think that it's important to have people that are real with you, but it is also tact, I think, is very important too. Because it's like, you want people who are real with you, but not people who are going to be real with you and use it as an opportunity to hurt you too. Because there are people who can be real with you, but also like tell you gently, you know, like tell you things to help you, not to hurt you. It's important to discern who do that. Fuck those people? Yeah. Also, hi, Riora! Ryan wanted you to tell a story, even though honestly it happened to him before you started dating. You suspect he had feelings for you, and you spent at least a week or two wondering about it before you had enough liquid courage after a drink at his place to ask him straight up whether he was confessing his feelings to you with the songs he serenaded your group chat with. He will tell you I left him on red in person? What? Liquid courage whiskey? Yes. Feeling undesirable? It is the worst feeling. Like, golly. So it's like when I say that, like, I understand, like, it's so hard. I know what it's like when you're sitting there wondering, like, when you feel like you're the common denominator in, like, all these things where it's like you like all these people and they don't like you back, and, like, people will straight up, like, make fun of you and, like, tell you to your face, you know, that they don't like you. It fucking sucks. It's hard. Like, and I'll never forget, like, all the nights that I spent when I was younger where I would just kind of, you know, and I would confide in my best friends, and it was just like I didn't understand, and it was just like there's all these people, and it was just like, you know, like I can't forget like how much it hurt, you know, growing up and wondering, like, having feelings for people and not having them reciprocate feelings, and just feeling so lonely and wondering what was wrong with me, like why I wasn't like loved or like, you know, liked back. And it was just like I always wanted to have someone. But I think a lot of it too was just like looking at the root of it is just that I wanted to be happy and I wanted to find fulfillment in being with people too. So there's a lot of that there as well. I think that everyone feels that way. You wish you could tell people when they're younger there's someone who likes you emotionally and physically. We just can't see it at that age. And it's true because it's like there were other people that had crushes on me. I didn't like them back. But what had crushed me the most was having crushes on people who didn't like me back romantically. That was so frustrating because there were other kids my age that would be in relationships, and I'd wanted that too, but I couldn't find the right person. Yeah, and the crap people do say to you, like, in your youth, well, for sure, because it's like you're so impressionable at that age. You're still learning about people, and it's just like, it's hard. It's easier when you grow up, but it doesn't lessen the impact that things had when you were younger, too. Literally left you on red. I'm so sorry. Said him you really appreciate it and was happy to hear it. It was a complicated time for me, so you waited to say how you felt. You left him on red. It's complicated, it's hard. Talk about your feelings. Being vulnerable is just so difficult. Like I always say is like, I feel like at the end of the day, what people really want is connection. But it's really hard. Because when you are connecting with other people, when you are speaking how you feel, etc., you want the safety and in order to do that. And it involves so much like risk. Things people said about your personality, the way you look in high school, still affect you so long after. Yeah, same. Half your life ago, you wish you could forget it. You wish people could understand the impact. And it's so hard because the thing is too is that like looking back on it, it's like, yeah, you can understand, you can rationalize, like, yeah, they're kids and they probably didn't know any better. And maybe, if they could have gone back in time, maybe they would have taken it back. But it's hard because the thing is that like these things happened and there's nothing that you can do to change what has been done. It's hard because it's like so many things hurt you ultimately. Like, you can try to wish away the pain, you can try to hurt people back, but ultimately, out of all the choices left in front of you, there is only one choice, and that is to accept it. Or, to forget it, basically. But if you remember it, your only choice is just accept it, make peace with it, move on. And that's what's so difficult. When your therapist said being very self-conscious and worried about how other people see yourself, especially in a paranoid materialistic way, is actually kind of being selfish. Oh, interesting. Change the law for you? Therapists are very great at offering like another perspective. And I can understand that. I've read many things that talk about how like people pleasing in itself can be very manipulative. And it's difficult because it's like a lot of issues in it are like rooted in control about like how you want people to perceive you. Being a people pleaser, trying to make other people happy, etc., is technically in its own way manipulative behavior because you want to be perceived as good as much as possible. And I had a lot of issues with that. And I had heard from like handfuls of people that people would perceive me and describe me as being like entitled in some way, and that would always like frustrate me because it's like I didn't want people to feel so much. Like I never wanted people to feel like obligated or like that they owed me or anything, and I didn't want people to feel like they owed me things. It was just frustrating, and I just tried as best as I could to like try to make things like better, but like, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and it's just kind of gotten to the point where it's just kind of like I will try my best to just do what I can. Just, like I will just try to do good by other people, and I will try to do good for myself. But at the end of the day, you can't control people. You can just do kindness to them, but you can't expect them to, like, if people are going to second guess your intentions or call you things, there's nothing that you can do about it. As much as you might want to as a people pleaser to make people happy, etc., people are going to take advantage of you. People, like, it's not always going to work out that way. So ultimately, the best thing that you can do is just tend to your own peace. So, you agree? Wait, hold on. Oh, feeling undesirable. A lot of your friends and you feel like crap on Insta and other social media, often hiding it due to feeling really undesirable. Force it out of them when you're 99.9% sure. Well, it's good. Look where you wound up. It's hard to pick up on those signals, but hopefully things are good. Being reminded people perceive us so differently than how we imagine ourselves to be makes you queasy. Yeah, it's really difficult. And it's hard because, like, no matter... And the thing is that, like, if... The... Chasing after... Because the thing is that, like, the sooner you come to terms with the fact that some people are going to be committed to misunderstanding you, like... And just accepting that and just letting it go. Because otherwise, like, if people are committed to misunderstanding you, you could try to make yourself understood as much as you want, but it's gonna be a waste of time. At some point, like, if people are going to misunderstand you no matter what, like, what can you do? There's nothing you can do. People are just going to see you how they want to see you. And you can't force them to see you the way you want them to see you, because in a vein, that is some sense of manipulation. You can't control people's behaviors. Some people will see what they want. People will see what they want because of their own life, and that is why people's behaviors will always be a reflection of them. Your behaviors will always be a reflection of you. So in that sense, it's like the way that you behave because you don't want to be perceived in some wrong way is like, there's a point where you just have to let go. I'm not sure if it's the same for you, but you worked support customer service roles for a long time, what's the requirement to accommodate other people? I feel like you have a hard time putting yourself first in other parts of your life now? Yeah, I can understand that. I feel, I can relate to that in a sense. I feel like, I've done a lot of like introspecting in my life. I feel like a lot of my coping mechanisms and stuff like that have been very people pleaser. I have abandonment wounds. My conflict like go-to type is I tend to fawn. If someone's upset, you know, in a conflict, I'm very like, I will drop everything and be like, okay, I'm so sorry. I'm like the dog that rolls over, scratch my tummy, like, what can I do for you to appease you, to make you feel good so that you're no longer upset and we're no longer having this problem, you know, like, what can I do? I feel like a lot of it is like, growing up, if my parents were upset, it was very like, oh no, because the thing is that like a lot of the time, the reasons why we behave tend to be rooted from the way that our parents raised us growing up, because as a child, parents provided us love, for example. So if our parents provided us love and then that love was withheld for some reason, what would you do to get it back? Like, you know, like, would you run away so that they would come searching for you and be like, oh no, I'm sorry? Or like, would you drop everything and help them so that'd be like, oh, thank you so much for helping me out, and shower you with love that way? Or like, you know, would you know, throw a tantrum and everything, fight, you know, kick your feet and scream so they would come over and be like, no, it's okay. You know, they would fawn over you, etc. Or would you just like freeze and then they would be like, you know, just things that you would do to get the attention that you want as a kid in order to generate that love. Anyways, mine's fawn, so it's just a lot of who I am as a person was very much like catered towards like, I'm heavily reliant, codependent, etc. That's like the basis of my personhood, unfortunately, is very reliant on other people of like support, service, etc. is like the framework of like my interactions with other people. So it's very difficult because then it's like, who am I if I am not like, then the idea of who you are disappears when other people aren't around, because your identity is wrapped around what other people define it as. And hello, Jacob. Sorry. But it's very difficult. So it's like when I worked in customer service, it's very easy. It was very, that was so easy and comfortable for me to do, because it was like, in a sense, I had very much been doing that like my entire life. I feel most comfortable helping other people. That's what I've been doing my whole life. Try to de-escalate and make other people happy at the cost of your own mental health? 100%! Because the thing is that you know you can do it. You can bear it. You can bear that mental stressful load. You know you can do the sacrifice to make other people happier or calmer or whatever it is. Someone displacing your anger onto you because you're the easiest target, and their blow up scares you into pleasing them even though you feel like you're wrong? Yeah, 100%. If I feel upset, if I feel wronged, if I feel fucked up, and this is the thing that makes me an easy target for abuse and why boundaries are important, where it's just kind of like, if I'm upset, it is easier for me to swallow my feelings and appease the other person than to bring up my own feelings. The easiest way back to baseline is to make the other person feel okay and pretend that I don't have any problems. And that's awful. So unhealthy. Don't do that. Bad. Try to separate who you are at work and at home wasn't always easy. Feel like you can only give your value to yourself and others when in service to others. Yep. And I feel like that is probably rooted into my value when I was a kid, is that like I was praised and had value when I did things that were helpful. And if I'm not helpful, there is no value there. And so that's why a lot of coping mechanisms, etc. and stuff like that. Last year was a lot of figuring out that like I don't have to do anything to have value. I inherently have value. Compartmentalizing is bad. Hard pill to swallow as a creator? Yes. That's why, like, when I got into content creation and was in an abusive relationship, it was just a double whammy of, like, because content creators are literally, they exist to generate content. You literally exist to generate value. Is really difficult. And then being in an abusive relationship just made it all worse because it was like, what am I if not all these things? So, Jim has helped you a lot with that. That's good. There's no in front or behind if you see it as what you have control over, which is yourself. People with varying mental states and situations, so support work on that too. Oh yeah. Feel what I said a lot, unfortunately makes us prime targets for abuse. Oh yeah. Same mindset you've applied there, you've used for other activities. Gym is your therapy to hide feelings and muscles. I feel like that's exactly what you're doing, but you don't know how to stop. This is why boundaries is like super important. Because if you give yourself away until there's nothing left, who are you? If you don't exist, you know, like it's, and that's why it's very, a lot of, and this ties into, okay. It's a big, long, complicated ball that I've been chipping away at. Because the thing is that if you define yourself by your acts of service to others, where you start and end doesn't exist. And boundaries is the answer. But how do you enforce boundaries? You can't, if you have lived your entire life with no boundaries, you can't just pop boundaries up one day and do it. It is impossible. Because boundaries can exist if you don't trust yourself and stand up for yourself. So you have to start with that. But the reason why that is difficult is because you engage in acts of self-betrayal. Because you don't honor your boundaries. And self-betrayal is when you are like, I'm upset but I'm not going to say anything, you're betraying yourself. When, you know, like when you let other people walk all over you and you don't speak up for yourself, when you don't stand up for yourself, like, you don't have the capability to stand up for yourself. And it's sad and it sucks, but that's just kind of how it is. Because in order for you to receive, like, the love that you want, you know, you just, when you're betraying yourself over and over, when you're not speaking your truth, when you're not standing up for yourself, like, when you betray yourself every day in order to get what you want, even if you can, you know, like when you're like, oh, I'll handle like the anger displacement, etc. When you martyr yourself like that, when you put yourself in pain instead of standing up for yourself and saying like, I deserve better, you know, if you talk down to yourself, if you're like, why am I like this, when you know, just being disparaging and negative to yourself, betraying yourself and not building yourself up is the reason why boundaries don't exist. So that's why foundations to build boundaries is important. And that's why, so I recommend reading up on self-betrayal if that's something that resonates. Because the way to combat self-betrayal is to start building self-trust. And the way to start building self-trust is to start fulfilling small promises to yourself. Like drinking a glass of water a day. If you can drink a glass of water a day, you can start building trust in yourself. When you start building trust in yourself, you can start telling yourself, you know, I'm going to start standing up for myself. And mean it, and start doing it. But it's always small steps. It's a hard and long and arduous process that I've been working on for like 2 years now. Yeah, and I only really now feel like I've been making significant progress. It's rough. Definitely need foundations to build boundaries. That is what is so hard. You can't jump straight into building boundaries. Well, GD. When COVID hit and you couldn't play music live anywhere, you had to face that. It was super hard. Can't do the thing that you felt gave value to others. Feel like you're in a better place now, but it's a cautionary tale for creators. Oh yeah, 100%. Most never stop to think why they were doing the thing in the first place. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you do it because it feels good. But when you stop and really dig into what is it about this thing that specifically makes me feel good is where it gets important. Hello, Venora. Growing up in a strict parenting, speaking up for yourself has been a hard thing. Yeah. You've been noted as selfish for doing so and made it hard for you to express yourself to peers who were much more vocal about things, regardless of whether they were right, but it's something you know you've had to work on. It's good to identify those things. And it's so hard when the inner critic inside you adopts, you know, like, the voice of your parents. so that you start disparaging yourself the way your parents had as being selfish for standing up for yourself. I feel like that's the number one thing that's so hard, is because you try so hard to be selfless and not selfish that you destroy who you are. It's important to be a little bit selfish. You nervously looking for your water bottle? I mean, it doesn't have to be, you know. And don't gotta be drinking water, but little promises in whatever sort of way works for you. For me, I didn't really start hitting my stride. Like, I understood these things, but I was still struggling with building it until I figured out working out a skincare routine. That was something that really clicked for me, and like in my self-care routine and caring for myself, and eventually building to bigger routine blocks and working towards like boundaries and whatnot. I found that eventually, like, investing that time for myself, where I told myself, okay, every night, no more skipping, because I used to be really bad about taking care of myself. A lot of it was because, like, the places where I used to live, for example, was like, taking a shower. I used to love taking a shower. I used to take a shower every single day. But then when I lived in an abusive environment, like, I hated where I lived so much, and like, the shower was so fucking nasty that it was just like, I didn't even want to shower. And it was so bad. It was just, my self-care just got so awful. And like, when shit hit the fan that like December, and like, I finally moved, I hadn't showered for a goddamn week. It was so awful. I hadn't done that since I was like a kid. Like, and taking care of myself became like the barest. Like, every day, it was just the whole baby steps thing of putting myself together was just like, I would just, getting out of bed was just like the hardest thing. So that's why baby steps is really truly just the most important thing that you can do. So it's just kind of like making sure that I took that time to take care of myself, of like making sure that I washed my face became the foundation of taking care of myself. Because it was very much like, you know, if I can keep that promise of like, I promise to myself, no matter what, no matter how tired I feel, I will set aside that time to like take care of my face and wash my face. Was like that, something as simple as that. That was my like foundational block of like, if I can do this, like, I can do other things. And it just became routine at that point. Snowball that grew an avalanche, yes. Let me catch up on chat. You're off from work? Good job, GD. Next meetup? Hell yeah. People are aware of gaslighting? Dude, gaslighting is so important. Like, I feel like it could kind of be a buzzword that's used a little too much, but gaslighting is a serious issue. When your parents would tell you you're overreacting, not validating your feelings, it's so hard. Your dad used to put you down all the time, push you to never speak up and stand up for yourself. You always do things that make you feel insecure, so reflect on how you carry yourself and trying to break out of that. It's really important, because these are big mountains to tackle. It's important to start small, because like, if you do small things, they add up over time. You know? So yeah. Chat head pat, here you go. Getting out of bed, eating, showering, all were very difficult things for you to do at times as well. Yeah, routine is really hard to build. Hello, King Birtle. That's why, like, it's important to do things like, maybe it's just brushing your teeth, just committing to doing that. That's how you build self-trust, because it's like, if you can do this one thing, you can start building up into doing other things. And that's how it can build into boundaries. Because like, once you start doing these things to take care of yourself, it helps build other things like in the future. So then it's like, I built this whole like skincare routine, and then I used to be really bad about brushing my teeth, and now it's like, I make sure to brush my teeth. I have my every night and every morning I do this. Occasionally there are days where I'm just like too exhausted, but I know that like, if I don't do it, I'm not like a horrible fuck up of a person that just ruined everything because I can't get it together for one night. It's just kind of like, you know, you build that compassion with yourself. I know that I can do this, you know, and it's important to have that compassion too, where it's like, if I can't do it today, you know, you can speak kindly to yourself too. It's just a matter of cultivating a healthier mind space where you aren't beating yourself down all the time. Because the world and other people will beat you down. You gotta be in your corner. How you doing, King Brutal? When you were younger, self-care was seen as and talked about as a chore. It should never be. Self-care should be a celebrated thing. Something you do for you that makes you feel good. So that sometimes the things you do for you that don't feel so good, you know, will be good to do in the long run. Naturally, you decided to do things you wanted to do regardless if it was good for you. So nowadays, when you try things that are good for you, it never feels like you're taking care of yourself but doing a chore. That sucks. That's unfortunate. Hopefully, it will start to not feel like that. It's crazy once you know actually what gaslighting is, you start to notice it all over in work relationships, etc. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's so, I hate it. I feel so, I get really set off if I feel like I'm being gaslit. Like if I feel like people are like invalidating me and trying to tell me how I feel, like nothing gets my hackles up. I get pissed. Like like we talked about emotions, I try not to get mad. But if people try to tell me how I feel, or people, like if people try to tell me how it is and don't listen to me, people try to tell me my emotional experience, nothing gets me more pissed faster. Like if you want to see me pissed, like that's that shit that will get me pissed as fuck. It's not good. I don't appreciate it. Sound bits is off? Oh, are they off? Where's my bomb? There we go. Hello newsboys, hope you've been feeling better. Self-care is meta, can confirm. Oh yeah. Self-care is more than just a nice bubble bath or a nice meal. Yeah, 100%. Like, self-care also doesn't necessarily mean being like very hedonistic and indulgent in doing these things and not like, what's it called? Treat yourself. Treating yourself is not the same as self-care, you know? You gotta floss every night? You brush too, but flossing's what started to build that habit? Yeah, and it's different for everyone. Sometimes it's water, sometimes it's flossing, sometimes it's, washing your face. It's little things that you do for yourself, where you just build up to slowly caring for yourself more and more and cultivating that love for yourself. It's important to find that. It's important because we're very routine creatures too, so finding and cultivating little routines is very important. They're the building blocks for our behaviors. One of your favorites, this is what blank meant. Yeah, I know what they meant. You weren't even there yet. Mental health is a priority? It is indeed. Looking back, what do I think is the biggest piece of advice I can give to myself about what I know about my mental health now? God, I think about that a lot, actually. The idea of like writing letters to my younger self, because there's like so much now. And the thing is that like mental health and prioritizing it is something I've been doing since like my sophomore year of high school. When I started listening to like boy bands back then, where it was just, they were very like, they would tell me positive things that I hadn't heard before in my life. And I'd written positive like notes to myself in the mirror. But like negative self-talk is something that I've been dealing with like my entire life. And it isn't until now where I'm like twice the age I was when I started, when I feel like I've really been able to like fight it. But it's just like, it's hard because it's like, I don't even know if there's any advice I would have even taken seriously back then. Because it's like, if I tell myself to leave, it's like, I don't think I even had like, I guess maybe one of the biggest things I could have told myself is probably, maybe if I told my younger self that I can't hate myself into a version I love, might have helped myself a little bit more. A lot. Because struggling a lot with like comparing myself and seeing how other people were, I was always questioning internally, like, why I couldn't be like someone else. I'm very sensitive to comparisons, and like insecurity and stuff like that. It's just always been something very big, and it's just something that I'm always going to be sensitive about as much as I work on it. And I think the more realistic that I am about it, the better. Because it's like, I know that it's something that I struggle with a lot, and like unfortunately, like we aren't perfect, and it's not something that will disappear. I can manage it as best I can, but it's something that I'm always going to be working on. So I was always asking myself, like comparing myself to other people, etc., and just always very mentally beating myself down. So I think probably my younger self would have benefited if I could make my younger self understand that all the energy that I expended back at myself, hating myself, was not going to do anything for me. Like, it's just like I wasn't spending all that energy hating myself was going to make myself love me any faster. It just makes it harder. Would probably be one of the biggest pieces of advice that I feel like maybe would have woken me up a little bit. You get mad, frustrated at other people who describe something to you, and you're like, that's a perfect example of gaslighting. Yeah. It's difficult. The thing is that, like, what's really frustrating, I think, what frustrates me is, like, when other people don't understand that they're doing it. And that's just so hard, too. I think something that a lot of people struggle with, too, is that, like, people have a really difficult time validating other people's feelings. Like, people who are angry a lot of the time want other people to understand that they're angry and that something that someone had like pissed them off. And a lot of the time they can't acknowledge that like the person behaved that way due to some reason. Like they can't understand like someone else like felt fear. It's like they just want people to understand that like they pissed them off. And like people can't understand that like different emotions can happen like at the same time. Like people's experiences can exist outside of you and you can validate that. Like you can understand like that they were hurt and angry and you're also hurt and angry. Like, them being hurt and angry doesn't discount that you are hurt and angry. Like, these things can coexist. I feel like sometimes people feel like if they acknowledge that someone else was angry, it makes them being angry less valid. But, like, these things can happen at the same time, too. And I feel like that's how a lot of, like, invalidations happen. Because people just can't perceive that. So even if we're organizing some shelves, both are under self-care. This gives you a clean space to be in, but you always dread and trying to break out of that is the biggest struggle that will push you forward. Yeah, it can be hard. Cleaning up and caring for your environment is something that can be rough, yeah. Meeting your younger self will be interesting. Always be true to yourself. You like that line? It's something that I hold close to me. I do think that is very important. And that's why I feel like I have more genuine efforts to speak kindly to myself. It's been a long time of me trying to, like there's the ego, the child in myself, and then, my more conscious self where I try to talk to my inner child and myself more kindly. You used to be dishonest, you don't know why? I mean, sometimes it happens. You have a positive affirmation hung up in your bathroom to help you with negativity when you see yourself in the mirror. Honestly, seeing that thing every day does help. Writing positive notes to yourself makes a difference for the better. I agree 100%. I do think one of the biggest things that helped me out initially when I started out, like, my whole, like, self-care journey, etc., was writing positive affirmations and sticking them over my my, like, mirrors and stuff like that. Helped a lot. For sure. And it's something that I definitely, like, recommend. Seeing it, reading it, and like, that's why future self journaling and being positive and thinking positively about myself and my future and what I want to do, that's why stuff like that works too. Well, from a self-care, you bought a cute kitten calendar to build a new habit. Every day you do it, you check that day, all those cute kittens. Honestly, it's the best. Seeing repeated imagery like that will always help. It will help motivate you because it puts the thought in your head. And if the thought's in your head, that's the time that you've dedicated to that day with that thought. Like, it's good. It can never hurt. It's better than nothing, even if it's small. It's always good to have that. I am always a big advocate for putting positivity in your space. Okay. But, as much as I love this conversation, it's 8 o'clock, guys. We went the whole time. It's a great conversation. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and for talking about mental health stuff. I super duper appreciate it. I know, we could always talk about mental health and stuff like that in the Discord too. We can talk in like self-care hacks or something like that. Thank you for tuning in. You guys are amazing. Truly. Don't ever forget that, even if you don't feel like you're amazing. You guys do so much. I might not know all the details of your lives, but what I do know is that we are all here on this planet, and we all go through the same 24 hours, and you do what you have to do to get through the day. Yeah. Only you can do what you do. Never forget that. Yeah. You guys are amazing. Yeah, it was great meeting you too, Nirvana. If you do exclamation point schedule or if one of the mods runs it, I'm gonna be back tomorrow playing Danganronpa. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Give yourself a break for all the work that you do. Every so often, alright? Yeah, oh my gosh. It is totally fine, Jan Escobar. I hope you enjoyed dinner. You guys are amazing. You do the best you can. Assuming positive intent goes a long way. We're all human. We all try our best. You guys are awesome. Truly. Feed yourself. Hydrate yourself. Take care of yourself. Out there. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow, I hope. Oh, Stream Elements down? Ruh-roh. Oh well. Well, I'll be back tomorrow with Danganronpa, God of War on Wednesday, Hollow Knight Thursday, and Bloodborne on Friday. But yeah. Thank you guys, and thank yourselves for all that you do. You guys are the best. We always try, you know? I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you. See you guys. Mwah.